We're alive.
Coming to you live. It's Tuesday night, and we are at 5,246. Oh, 4,009. A lot of kilobits per second via the internet. It's like magic. Our bits come to you. Oh, we're supposed to be big.
We got to cover something really quick.
Yeah.
That's it. John Wilburn has a friend of his that's doing a what do you call it?
A premiere.
A premiere.
They're trying to build their channel.
Starts about a minute and a half. He's been live. It kind of overlapped with us, but we don't want to. We want to support him as much as he's supported us. So I'm going to put up a link to that premiere. This is John Wilburn. So I'm going to put up a link to that premiere. And if you want to go over there and watch it, then come back and see us, or go look at it. I can't find my stupid cursor. There it is.
So John has taken a lot of his personal time and supported a lot of us and others who have started YouTube channels that are car related. I think this is a travel or some type of...
She's a travel agent that promotes the area where John Wilburn lives.
So we would not feel bad at all if you clicked away from us for just a moment and brought up the channel, maybe watched the first couple minutes, or maybe the whole live. It doesn't tell us how long because it's a premiere.
It's a premiere, so yeah.
You know.
But if you want to do that, then come back and see us. That's fine.
Yeah.
Or if you want to look at it after we're done and watch the premiere after it's just a video that she has up.
Yeah.
But that's...
because, I don't know, maybe it'll be a fantastic channel, and giving people the opportunity to do something is very kind. And it's something that we regularly kind of hope for. We all hope for, right? When we do something, we make art, we try new creative things or new business things, that people will at least give us a chance. What is it starting in another minute?
I'm trying to say something before it starts. It starts at 45 seconds. Her name is Angie, and she goes by Tour Angie because she's a travel agent. And I said it was in Virginia, but it's not. It's southern West Virginia, which is where John Wilburn grew up. So
I am contractually. You are not contractually.
And you can go there after we're done and watch it. But I kind of want to support it because it's something. John Wilburn's really helped us a lot. So
yeah,
we overlap with something once in a while. But
plus, we're going to be here for several hours, and if we distract you, maybe you won't get bored.
So let's see what else is going on. You want to say hi to everybody? And I was like kidding the two Bruces because Bruce, retired Bruce Inspector or whatever his name is. I know him really well, so I know what his name is. And Bruce calls us both here, so I put in two Bruces. So
hi, Bruces. Welcome to the stream. And Mexican Spec, thank you for being here, Mexican Spec. We appreciate your loyalty, but we also know that you could leave if you wanted to. You could leave. We have to be nice to you because there is no contract. Let's see. Rob's Rods and Streetcars is here. And I think a lot of people maybe are over at the other channel. But those of you who have made it here at 7, Buddy Carfano, I'm going to give you 3 points for being here first with the first 7 p.m. time-stamped comment. Mexican Spec, you get 2 points for also being here. And Rob's Rods and Streetcars, you get a point for being here as well. So we're going to start slow.
And I'm already downloading pictures.
He's downloading some pictures.
People have sent. So
I'll do my regular stuff that you're used to hearing, which is, hi everyone, I'm Kim of Kim Fixes Things. You can find my channel and some content about my cars when I'm doing things on my own at Kim Fixes Things on YouTube. And so, yeah, that's a fun, I do some stuff there. And coming up in the near future, Crash's Roadrunner Garage is here. Welcome to the stream. In the near future, I'm going to be having some stuff about doing some of the sorting on my Dart, which is back. We've got it started and moving around the yard, and I'm making some repairs to the brakes, and then we're going to get it sorted, because I never really did sort out, like, to make sure the transmission was working.
I wanted
good
to
and
say
stuff.
something about that Dart. It's been sitting out there for 3 months, just sitting there, not running, nobody in it or anything. And I said to Kim, "Are we going to have to charge that battery or something?" She goes, "I think it'll start." And she went out there and turned the key, and it went, and the only thing is you had to bring fuel up to the carburetor.
Yeah.
Boom, and it started right up. It's just sitting there. Mm.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe
When
it.
you got good rings and compression and valves and all that stuff nice and fresh, it's amazing how good a car will run. You know, like it was that motor, the motor that was in that car was very tired. I don't know if anyone watched on my channel the video of me taking the original Dart motor apart. All the rings were cracked, so it couldn't have had garbage. And Mopar Al told me when I bought that car, he said, you know, it's got a dead hole. They're one of those pistons. It couldn't have had really all that good a compression in any of them. None of the top rings were any good. And a lot of the second rings, and, you know, they just didn't have any spring to them anymore. So,
We got ads inserted already. I can't believe it. They're doing this to us.
There's got to be a way to.
It used to be a half hour. Now it's like 5 minutes and they throw an ad in already. Can't do anything about it. We'll just wait it out.
Gearhead says if it builds oil pressure, it will usually run. So define run. Because now when I put it in gear with the, it's a low idle. Probably I should set it up a little higher because it's like blub, 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 blub. Right?
How is it?
It is. It's really low idle, right? I should probably set it up a couple hundred RPM more, right? But when I put it into gear, you feel it grab. The transmission grabs to boom, but the engine doesn't miss a beat. It's just like boom, boom, boom. It, you know, it hits a little bit harder because it's got resistance, and that tells me that I have a good, strong engine. And it feels really good. And but when you put a new engine, new transmission, when you weld on the frame rail, we have all the brakes all apart. Like it takes time to sort something.
We
like
did
that
3.5
out.
months work on that car.
3.5 months.
All kinds of stuff.
We
We started to fix an oil leak. We ended up rebuilding a car.
a total refurbishment, which is not at all like a restoration because it still looks old and it still has issues, but it's had eyes on the whole thing. And that's where we're at with his car now, is we're up and down and under and everywhere in the dash, all the wiring, looking at everything on his car. And by the time we're done, we'll have had hands and fingers on everything, and it won't be restored, but it'll be completely refurbished. The brake system on your car, we talked about it last night. We went on last night for St.
Oh, we
Patty's
went
Day.
we went on for an hour to an hour and a half. We ended up spending 4 hours in
Yeah.
the shop.
We agreed before we went out to the shop. We're only going to be live for maybe an hour, maybe an hour. It's probably.
I don't know, Kim, it was, if you missed it, it was really a good live. There was like 40 people in there, which is a lot for us, and it was really rolling, and it was
chat
really
was
fun.
going like.
I couldn't keep up with the chat, but that's good. Crashes Roadrunner Garage, Classic Industries ad.
Oh, you know what? I'm always trolling Classic Industries site. I know what I want to buy, but I'm very hesitant to pull the trigger. But they have a really nice kit for a disc brake conversion for my 66 Dart. It comes with the upper control arms and the brake, and you can buy, if you want power brakes, you can buy one with a booster that just bolt on and everything like that, and new spindles, the whole thing, so you can upgrade to disc brakes. That's what I should do instead of fix.
What's Mexican Specs in here? I'm being nice today, so I will not comment on last night's live. You're disappointed in last night's live? What?
Mexican Spec says my Dart does not need disc brakes. So
Well, when you get the drum brakes sorted so they're not yanking you off the road, and we know what the problem is, you'll probably like those brakes a lot better.
define run, self-sustained rotation.
Yeah.
I guess. You know what? That's the thing, though. We drove it out to Sykeston, and it did run
Yeah,
pretty darn good.
the Mazda got in a big old crash, and the Dart got us and all our junk home, except some of it got in Dr. Art's car. Oh, I got to get that.
Mexicans use Texas. It was just so long. Yeah.
Oh,
That's what she said, Mexicans back.
oh, jeez. It was just a, I don't know, it just went on. We were having fun talking to everybody, and when you get that many people in there, you don't want to shut it down.
He
So
likes doing
So I didn't want
long
to-
lives, and I don't know. Um, okay, one of the big reasons that I want to do the disc brake conversion on my Dart is so that I can switch out from the early Mopar 5-on-4 bolt pattern to the 5-on-4.5 bolt pattern, which will give me much better access to wheels.
Well, and you already have that in the back, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we have it
Yeah,
has a
so I
port rear end under it, so she's got two different bolt patterns, the back and the front. So it would be nice to make.
And
the
on the
front same.
driver's side front, I have left-hand threaded lug nuts.
Yeah, one wheel has left-handed thread lug nuts. That's kind of weird.
So it's a hodgepodge. So this would unify.
Unify your wheels.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, but of course, when you do that, if you do that with the disc brakes, that means different master cylinder, proportioning valve, all that stuff.
Yeah, you got to buy the whole kit, and like Summit has a kit, but it's not complete. And if you don't put a proportioning valve on when you make that conversion, it's going to stop wrong.
Well,
So you really need to get all the pieces. Oh, and their kit doesn't. The parts that you can get from some, I won't say it again, but some people sell a kit. It doesn't have the upper control arms. So then you buy or the steering arms, because I think the steering arms, you have to have the correct steering arms or else they'll hit the rotors or the calipers or something like that, because the drum brake ones are shaped different. They're the same length, but they're shaped different to give you, is it clearance or tolerance? Anyways.
tolerance is you're allowed this to this. Clearance is the amount you're.
So my point is that Classic Industries has the kinds of things that some people doing restorations and refurbishments on old cars sell. And you get 2 points for calling out that advertisement. Did anybody else call out an advertisement? I didn't see it. One of the rules that we have here on the stream is if you get an advertisement during the stream and you call it out, I'm going to award you 2 points every time you do that, even if I don't see it. Make sure you get your 2 points.
Like Carpal says, live would have been better if the mini bike would have started. It did start. It didn't
Do you
run.
call that a start? It popped off, but it didn't run.
It didn't run. It ran for 15, 20 seconds. Yeah, there's some kind of carburetor thing. She put a new carburetor on. It was a cheap carburetor, and something isn't right.
I bought that carburetor, and I made a little adapter that goes from the engine to the carburetor because it's not the right carburetor for that. And after I did that, I never started or ran that engine. The only time I ever ran that engine was on the little factory garbage carburetor that it came with. And then that bike got put away because I was moving from Pittsburgh to Tennessee, and it's been sitting. So it's never run with that carburetor. But after I bought that carburetor, I bought like one size down for the other mini bike, and I had all kinds of problems that turned out to be over carburation because I was buying too large a carburetor for that little engine. So my experience shows me that carburetor that I bought for that mini bike I was working on last night is too much carburetor. That's over carbureted. It won't draw hard enough to pull fuel past the main jet properly. And so that's the problem we were getting, is it wouldn't start unless I choked it with my hand and completely blocked off and then it would run until it burned up that gas, and then it wouldn't keep going. So there's either something wrong with the carburetor, which is just grossly over carbureted to where it can't draw. But the other carburetor that I have will not fit the adapter that goes from carburetor to engine because it's a different mounting bolt pattern. And it was late. We were 4 hours into, and I was tired. So it was like, well, I'll that'll be next time. So next time I will need to make an adapter thing, and then because I want to get the mini bike running so that it can either get used or get sold. Because sitting around for years, it's been sitting for years. It's going to have flat spots on the tires and rust in the. I had to take the pole thing off because it was all rusty where the magneto is in there. So I had to clean that all up because it's just been sitting. And I don't have any place to store anything more. My goodness, we are bursting at the seams. If no other reason, it's just we just don't have room to keep all of this stuff. And we don't have the money to buy more buildings or sheds or
Store more crap.
yeah, I spent thousands of bucks to have that shed built on the lower side of the garage last summer, and it filled up like that. And it was just like I started to realize like, okay, we are not
You're not reading anything.
how many points for the mini bike? Buddy Carafano. Points for the mini bike. Well, I mean, we're talking real things here. First of all, you'd have to come and get it.
We're not shipping that.
I mean, I guess
Put a stamp on it and put it in the mail.
I mean, I guess we could ship it. I could put it in a van and we could drive it to somebody. Let me think on it, Buddy Carafano, because I don't want to say something that I can't walk back on.
That's a long ways to where he is.
Yeah, but it would be content.
It would be content.
Giveaway. Yeah. You know, you guys deserve recognition. The ones who are the real ones who are collecting their points. And I didn't give my speech on points. So the points are kind of like whose line is it anyways, right? Everyone wins and the points don't matter? Well, kind of. The points have no cash value, but Bitcoin has no cash value too. Well, it did. I don't know. Never mind. That doesn't matter either. But save your points. I award the points when people do things good, like show up on time, or answer a question, or jog this man's memory, because sometimes he'll be just like stuck and he can't remember a name or something like that, right? So if you do something good and I recognize it, I award you points. I don't got a spreadsheet. I don't know how to keep track of the points. You got to keep track. It's on your honor. You got to keep track of your own points. That's how it works. And we're moving on.
Mexican Spec says, my question remains, where's the gas tank? The gas tank's on top of one of my toolboxes and not hooked to anything. But then Buddy Carafano says it's a Bluetooth tank. Actually, it sort of is, but there's some kind of little bottle she has over there with a tube going to the carburetor that you can't see because it's on the other side of the bike. So
it's just a temporary one because
right.
It's easier to work on those engines if the fuel tank is out of the way, you know? So you just use this little and it wasn't the fuel tank, it wasn't the issue anyways. So once you get it started and it's running, then we'll put the tank on.
There's a moth flitting around.
You know
here.
what? I bought some miniature shutoff valves, little brass ones. I gotta find those because I can put one on that fuel tank. That'd be a good upgrade. I'm saving my points for an old green stamp pages. S&H.
You know what S&H green stamps are? You're too young for that, aren't you?
Okay.
Like when you bought gas, when you bought groceries, they used to give you all these green stamps, and depending on how much you bought, you got these stamps. And you had these books that had pages in them where you'd stick the stamps. And when you get a full book, you set it aside and you start another book. When you get enough books of stamps, you go to a green stamp store and you buy stuff with green stamps. So it was a promotion to bring people into your place. So they used to give away green stamps. That was probably done about the time you were born, maybe before that.
Danny Boyd is here. Welcome to the stream, Danny. Dr. Go is here. Welcome, Dr. Go. Dr. Go says he subtracted 2 of his own points last night for not announcing 2 quick commercials, as his memory couldn't retain the strange commercials. No. There's the points are not meant to punish. No. We don't take the gold stars away. That's not how we're doing this. If you want to not keep track of your points. That's up to you. But once you earn them, they're yours until otherwise stated. I don't have any intention of deducting people's points. So, Tommy Hanlon, welcome to the stream.
19 minutes after. Oh, he's in tomorrow already. He's in Wednesday.
Whoa, that's trippy. You can't be in Wednesday. It's still Tuesday night, Tommy Hanlon.
But it's 19 minutes after. Well, it's 20 minutes now. 21 minutes after.
Tommy Hanlon had green shield stamps?
That's something I had in Ireland, I guess. Yeah, we had two. Out in the West, we had two. We had green stamps and we had blue chip stamps. My mother had all these books full of both of them, and then you'd go to the green stamp store or the blue chip stamp store, and they had all the stuff. Toasters, waffle irons, towels, all kinds of crap. And she'd go through there and spend her green stamps.
Dr. Go says, I felt guilty. There is no guilt. Do not associate guilt. We're so happy when people can be here. And then if you're able to participate, that's an added bonus. You're here, participating, Dr. Go. You're good. You're good. I try and give some points at the beginning or the end just to everybody who's here because, like, it's supposed to be a reward. We're not trying to punish somebody. If you cannot do something, no, we're not trying to punishment. No. This stream is something good that we get to do. It is not a responsibility for anyone to be here or call out advertisements or nothing like that. When people are able to put in a little more, we like to reward that. Some people are quick on the keyboard. They know the answers and they help us out.
We're missing people here. Lester LeSabre. Hello.
Lester, welcome to the stream.
Dr. Go, I did go and watch. Oh, yeah, because I left a comment. I watched that crazy race. And One-Eyed Cat's here.
Rick from RC Industry is here.
And Rick.
Welcome to the
Danny
stream.
Boyd and Hippie Long and Gearhead 6971. Members both.
Dawn is here, the One-Eyed Cat.
I just didn't want to miss them because they're going to scroll up past there and talking. And
that reminds me about the big green cake. I'll get it just for funny.
I don't think there's a lot of that green cake left.
There's a lot.
I went to the store and I was kind of looking for something for Kim because I went to the store by myself. And
will it be invisible?
Oh yeah, because it's green. You're gonna see through it here. You
can kind of see.
Look at this. Look at this.
Oh,
somebody must have a long hair.
I'll be back. I'm gonna put it away.
Yeah, because we got a green screen, so that green cake just fades into it. I did take a couple little frosting off of it.
I ate entirely too much of that cake, and like I have a headache just thinking about taking another bite of that cake. Like that was no boy. That was bad.
Well, you know what happened? I walked in the store and they had all this Easter display.
Yeah.
Right as you walk in.
Yeah.
And there's these big chocolate bunnies, and I'm gonna get Kim one of those. And then I thought, she probably doesn't want that.
You know what I would rather have if you really want to buy me something?
And then leaving,
snacky-wise?
they had those cakes. I got that's it. And I grabbed one. What?
Just buy me some of the Peeps. Not a lot of the Peeps.
Peeps.
Yeah. Do you know what Peeps are?
No.
Marshmallow Peeps.
Oh, those things. Okay.
Yeah. Buy me some marshmallow Peeps. Actually, wait till after Easter and get me some on clearance.
That's I did something else like that. I got you some.
You got me Valentine's Day stuff on clearance from the dollar store.
I got her Valentine's Day stuff, and then after Valentine's Day, I got her more stuff because it was like stuff that was $10 was $1.
Yeah,
so I got it.
Right.
Well, I did the same thing at Christmas. I got you she likes coffee cups, so I got her a Christmas coffee cup after Christmas because it was on sale for like $2 or something. But you broke it.
Oh, sorry.
You know what happened? She left her coffee in it, and it was wintertime, Christmas time, and it froze, it made a crack, so you can't use it anymore. But she uses it like to put her toothbrushes and stuff in it, so she still has it.
Danny Boyd wants a can of lemon cake frosting. Is it? Oh man. Oh Oh, I got a headache just thinking about eating that much frosting, a whole can. I would just, oh, it's so good, and then it's really bad. And honestly, I hardly functioned today. I think I hurt myself. Uh, that for sure was a 2-day cake, Kim. I didn't finish it. Dad got me a pair of dingo boots from Saving Cigarette Labels or something like that. That's cool. That's cool. What's it? There's a song about saving Copenhagen. I need a girl that chews Copenhagen. And that's so that the two of them, the couple, they can save up all their lids and get that little mini pool table for the kids. Yeah. Yeah. No. Ew. Sorry. The image of a woman chewing Copenhagen maybe is not stream worthy. Lester LeSabre, I have to go to the air shop at 8:30 so they can show me before they put it back. Oh, okay.
Specs got to go back. Yeah.
Did-
Okay.
did- Go ahead.
No, because it's just the chat's going fast enough. We're talking about so much stuff, it's gonna fly away. I wanted to get One-Eyed Cat, or at least, or maybe you
Yeah.
could get it. Brother Ron, put rubber on my aluminum slots. Put them on the car today. 14-inch drag radials are salty, so Ron turned them into street tires. Oh yeah, we'll get video coming. Well, good. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Nice.
I
We'll
just
look
knew
forward
that.
to that.
I just knew that was going to disappear.
I think everyone knows who One-Eyed Cat is. If you don't, check out his YouTube channel. He is another No Name Nationals participant and friend. And Cooper Cobras. Gotta love them. Gotta love them. Gotta love those white letter tires. They really wake up. The styling on lots and lots of old hot rods. And yeah, RC Industry got a leather coat from his dad saving up Marlboro miles. That's awesome. Because we need an excuse to buy more cigarettes. They did away with they outlawed that. They made it so it was against the law because people were
Really?
yeah, because it was encouraging people to smoke. Coconut pecan caramel frosting. That does sound good. Gearhead, welcome to the stream. One-Eyed Cat said, scrape the icing, eat the cake. Yeah, I was pushing some of the icing to the side.
And then I stick my finger in it.
But it was so good.
It was good.
It wasn't, though. It was just really sugary. You know, like it's some kind of brain thing. You're just like, sugar, yummy. But it's not. It's not good.
Oh, Mexican Spec put up a link to One-Eyed Cat's channel.
Thank you,
I
Mexican
think that's what
Spec.
that. I think that's what that is.
Are any of you coming in after John's friends stuff? I'm curious how long it was. I hope they had success. We really do want to see other people have success, just not in our time slot.
Tim says he's been eating and watching the SpaceX re-entry. Are they still? Are they re-entering, or are they on the ground yet? I haven't been following.
Is that the one where they're grabbing those stranded astronauts with?
I don't know if they're stranded. They've been up there for a long time.
A long time. Pretty stranded. Being in space, being stuck in space seems pretty...
Sunita Williams, she did another long stint up there, but she was supposed to, and this time she was supposed to be a short time and ended up being there a long time.
Danny Boyd was on the other live. Well, I wonder if he stayed to watch the whole premiere, or if he...
Is that premiere still going? I don't even know what's going on because I wasn't watching it. I'm downloading pictures.
You don't have to bring it back up if it's,
no, I'm just
if you
looking.
Closed it.
I'm looking to see what's going on.
I learned there are no scrunchies in space. That woman's hair was all over the place. Oh. Well, maybe that was just for effect. They were like, look weightless. Look weightless.
I think it may be over. I think it may be over. Okay. Oh, no, wait a minute. What happened here? Is it over or not? Unknown.
They're on the boat now? I thought that SpaceX rocket came down and stopped.
It is over. It is over. Her premiere.
Does it say how many views she got?
Oh.
You clicked it away?
I clicked it away.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
You asked me questions after.
Thanks to everybody who checked out John's friend's new channel. Hope it was a success for them. Because it's tough getting a footing. I think a lot of people have tried to start a YouTube channel now and see that, like, it's tough. It's the competition is steep.
Now Rick Shade comes in. Rick Shade, old friend of mine,
Yeah.
says, "Hello from Henderson, Nevada. Did our taxes. We have a nice refund coming."
Oh,
That's always a good thing. And of course, there's no state tax, he says, in Nevada. So,
that's great.
so there's no refund there because you
Welcome,
didn't
Rick.
pay any. Yep.
Dr. Go says, I saw John's promoted premiere. It was good and not too long. Great story. That's fantastic.
We got
I'm
ads.
glad-
We got ads coming.
You know
up.
what? They probably got some advice on John about how to do that. Maybe, hopefully,
Well, she's had a channel for a while.
and maybe she can get some additional feedback from our community that's not too critical.
Well, I noticed she has a lot of videos up. So
Oh, that's great. So
She's
she's
been
just
around
trying
for
to
a
grow.
yeah, and because it was something that she was promoting, an area where John grew up, born, and grew up.
Right.
He liked that.
Well, good. We show that we're good community, good neighbors, Let's see. Tim says they're on the boat now. So I don't know if it was a different kind of capsule than SpaceX's, the rocket they've been experimenting with. You know what I mean, though. The rocket that SpaceX has been trying to experiment to catch it in the air as it's landing.
I don't know. They got so many different things going. I lost track of it all.
Okay.
But I know they have somebody coming in. Yeah, it's a splashdown like Apollo. Olive
Okay.
says that. The astronauts, and a cosmonaut will be steaming toward a shore facility on the recovery ship.
Don't worry about the competition, Kim. I just don't think that we're in very direct competition with a travel channel. And I don't think that she's planning on doing a lot of lives. It was just a premiere.
I think it was Buddy Carafano turned me onto this.
Oh, you didn't open them yet.
I have not opened it. I was going to open it on the live.
I'm really concerned that to make sure that it's the right parts for those are the windshield wiper parts, we think. Did I give away the secret?
You gave away my secret. Yeah, I was
Well,
going to go, what do you think these are?
Well,
But you told everybody before, but that's all right. The windshield wiper bushings, oops, are these little guys. So here, do they look like they'll work? You threw them on the floor.
Those don't look like bushings. What is this?
Open them.
This doesn't look right at all.
There should be 6 things in there. There should be some bushings and some washers. These are supposed to stuff in those holes, and then that peg that sticks in the hole that's just banging around the pole fits in here. I don't know exactly what the washers are for, but there's a video on how to do this.
No, this isn't right at all.
Oh, don't tell me that. I bought those.
Okay, I won't tell you.
Well, when I watched the video, it looked right. Here we go. 38 Racing is talking about the ads he got.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the everything.
Don't break it. What are you doing? I haven't given up on
I'm
this.
feeling what it.
Don't poke a hole in it. I think this
It's
thing.
not gonna poke a hole in
I
it.
think this thing squeezes down on that. I don't know. We'll find out when we.
This isn't. This is some other design. We'll figure something out.
This fits the '79 Mustang, which I think is all the.
Very
Just
good.
about everything for a Fox body fits. It says Mustang fits the
That's all right.
Mercury's too.
I'm almost certainly
Okay.
going to have you make new bushings out of epoxy because it's got brass. It'll work. We'll figure
find
something
out. We'll figure it out. We don't have the wipers here. They're up at the shop.
Starship is still in development mostly. That's the one that lands like Buck Rogers. Thank you, Olive. Okay, so they didn't send up that.
We have a local store that sells all of that rubber type stuff. They have it all. Really? Make them work. I'm gonna go figure it out. And if they're wrong, well, I mean, these weren't. There's some little bushings. They're like $12 or something, or $9. I don't remember what they were. Wasn't a major investment.
I'm sorry that wasn't the right thing. We had to try though. You have to try.
I'm still not convinced it won't work.
When you see it, you'll be like, oh. Like
Mexican Spec says the bushings are for tomorrow's 4-hour live. I don't expect a 4-hour live tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be. Tomorrow I have just a doctor's appointment, but I'm going to be doing physical therapy and stuff tomorrow. So I don't know what kind of shape I'll be in tomorrow night. Sometimes I feel good after that stuff, and sometimes it just knocks me silly. So we'll find out what kind of day that's going to be. Make them work, Buff. The bushings are for. Oh, I already got that. Be a mechanic, Buff, not a parts changer. She's a mechanic. Way more than a parts changer.
Yeah,
and if she's got something that doesn't work quite right, she'll make the parts. She'll go around and find something in the shop that looks almost like it, and she'll make it. I'm amazed.
I do make it. Olive says, I love Menards. Their in-store jingle might drive you to raving madness if you have to be there like an hour, though. Imagine the employees. It's got to be horrible. Aunt D says, hello, just got here. What are the bushings for? They are for his 1978 Mercury Zephyr, and they're for the windshield wiper linkages. It's all like falling apart. Their bushings are missing, and we don't even know what they were supposed to look like. It was a part when we bought the car, and the remaining pieces were in the trunk. So there's pieces missing, bushings missing, and we don't know exactly what they look like, and we haven't been able to figure out where to get them just yet. And we thought this was the right thing, so we haven't looked more, but I don't think it is. Kimberly is here. Hi, Kim. I know I'm late on the comment about Peeps, but, oh yeah, I forgot about Peeps. I like to put them in the microwave because they're like crispy sugar on the outside and fluffy marshmallow on the inside, so they'll puff up, and they're really yummy like that.
Let's just say Menards has a grocery store section. Just seems odd to me. You know, I've never been in a Menards, but I guess they're kind of like a Home Depot. Yeah, that would seem kind of weird. Home Depot or a Lowe's, and then they got a grocery store section.
I didn't know that.
But Menards is kind of a central.
Is it maybe more like a Walmart? Because our Walmarts have grocery stores.
I thought Menards is more like a Lowe's or a Home Depot.
Yeah, because they have tools and stuff like that at Menards.
I've just never been in one, but I know people that worked in them. You know.
Maybe it's like a, but you know, like our Walmart, it has like lawn and garden section, it has an automotive section, it has tools, it has I mean, you can buy a lot of tools at Walmart, and they have like the hunting and fishing section, camping and outdoors section. What else do they have? You can buy a stereo there. They have an automotive like bay where you can get tires and batteries installed.
Kimberly says, I love them stale.
Yeah. Yeah. They get like chewy and like kind of different. You can toast Peeps can you toast Peeps like you can marshmallows? You can, but they're not at all the same as marshmallows, because marshmallows on the outside are like powdered, where Peeps are coated with like sugar crystals, and sugar crystals do not cook at all. Like, in order to get the marshmallow hot, you're gonna like scorch the sugar crystals, and it's very different sort of. It's different.
Can you toast Peeps like you can marshmallows?
Gearhead says a lot of people love their Menards brand pizza. I have not heard of anyone talk about it. The only person I've ever really heard talk much about Menards is Peg from Zip Ties and Buy Supplies, and he gets a bunch of junk from Menards. They stop there, they pick up all kinds of supplies and stupid stuff, and just they plug Menards because that's what you do if you're from Canada. Apparently, I don't know. Mopar Man 1978 works there. You can ask him about it on Tony's Live. And when would that live be, Mexican Spec? Mopar Man, has Mopar Man 1978, he's stopped in here before.
You know what's going to happen with Tony this week? He's normally on Wednesday nights, and I like to watch the AHRA, so they overlap, and I always watch AHRA instead of Tony. But they're moving to Thursday nights, at least this week, so I'll be able to watch Tony.
Who the AHRA?
No, AHRA will be Wednesday. Tony and Dr. Art are moving to Thursday this week for some reason. I don't know if that's a permanent thing or just 1 week or what, but I'll be able to watch that because you and I, Thursday, we're both pretty busy. So, I don't know.
Well, we'll make it happen.
Okay, so 1956. We're going to try to cover some 1956 stuff today.
Oh, geez, I forgot we were doing
And
that.
we have a 56 Ford up there. Can you shrink us down a little bit? Oh, Mexican Spec says from now on it'll be on Thursday. Man, now there's 2 lives I want to see on Thursday too. Because there's
I didn't know they changed it. Here I called out like an ask about the date and time, and for the
390 Wagon Master, who's a CB radio guy's on Thursday. And then now Tony's, I'm going to have 2 screens going, and you'll be at a meeting, and I'm just like, everything will be going at once. I don't know. Or I'll watch them. I could watch them.
Oh, Kimberly says, Dr. Goswell says if we come up for, you know what, Kimberly?
That's Mrs. Go.
Yeah, Mrs. Dr. Go. I saw your name, and for some reason it did not register. I thought that you were, I don't want to say the other person's name, who's also Kimberly. I like confused all there's a lot of Kims. Because Barrow's Garage is also a Kim. And then there's
390 Wagon Master. His wife is Kim.
There's a lot of Kims. I got confused. But anyways, she said that if we go up for Iola, that they'll take us to a Menards. And then we can see for ourselves.
Oh, that would be cool.
I guess the closest thing we have down here is Buc-ee's.
Okay, Kim, can you shrink us down a little bit so we can see this see this car?
I guess we're moving on.
No, I need to move. I need to move on with all these pictures.
And we're walking.
So this is a picture I put up of a 56 Ford. So that's a 56 Ford. But then we have other pictures to show.
I do like the orange.
And this is a Mexican Spec 56 Volkswagen Beetle. And this is kind of interesting because the back window's small. You can see the back window through the other windows. And then the turn signal is down low on the outboard part of the fender instead of up high on top of the fender like the newer ones were. So this is... I had a neighbor that had one of the same color as this, everything. And she didn't have any white walls on it, I don't think.
I never noticed that turn signal on the early
The old Volkswagens, the turn signal was down low like that.
Never.
And they also didn't have a gas gauge until 1963. They had a little reserve tank or reserve section of tank, and you reach on when you run out of gas, you pull this lever out, and you can probably get to a gas station before it runs out.
Would that have been a factory color as well?
I think it is.
Chris Customs, welcome to the stream, says it's baby blue. Yeah, wow.
So I remember.
What a choice, huh? As an auto manufacturer, why would you pick baby blue?
So it
looks cute, I guess.
And this one's sitting a little bit nose low for some reason. Somebody lowered the.
If it's blue, does that mean it's a Mr. Bug instead of a ladybug?
And the taillights are much smaller along with the back window.
See, I knew about the little taillights, and the rear lid looks elongated on the early ones. None of that is news to me, but I've never seen the lower front signals. That's wild. And I pick a 56 Ford over a 56 Chevy. Oh, Lester's. That's fighting words.
What's that?
Lester says he likes a 56 Ford over a 56 Chevy. We're going to look at them.
You know, and when I was young, I was the same way because my father had a 56 Ford, but I liked the 55 through 7 Chevys too. But the one that nobody pays attention to or doesn't seem to is 55 and 56 Plymouths. And I like those. What do you hit me for?
Punch buggy. No punch packs. We had that conversation last night. I did not punch you.
So this is one of Mexican Specs cars, I guess. See, the dash is really different too. That's pretty cool. I remember these really well.
Kim says Mexican Spec says, Kim, all Mexican cars are masculine. Is it because of,
the language?
The language, the word is gendered? Because that's necessary. Everything is gendered by the word. I don't know. Seems a little...
Okay. So then I'm going to get to other...
It's blue. Baby blue. What real man paints his car baby blue?
Oh, geez. My 64 Ford was light
Sorry,
blue.
sorry.
I know. Then it wasn't, there were so many light blue cars, it didn't matter. Now people look at it, why'd you have a light
There
blue
are
car?
people in the world who would be self-conscious. They'd be like, well, I don't know.
I had a 56 Ford that was light blue and white. I had a 64 Ford that was light blue. Just that's how they were. Yeah, 56 Plymouth Savoy is nice looking car. Patrick Sullivan says horrible. What's horrible? Oh, says my vehicles seem to be mixed company over the years. Yeah, this blue is famous color for the Volkswagens. Well, see, the woman that had this that was next door to me, I remember I was a little kid. Her name was Mrs. McGarry. What was her first name? Mrs. Okay, because I was 4 or 5 years old. I was 6 because she sold this and she bought a brand spanking new Valiant, 1960 Valiant, a white one. And so, yeah, I'm missing stuff because I'm busy over here. And so I don't know what we're,
Go ahead, keep talking.
I'm taking little snippets out of here, and it's not all making sense to me because I didn't see all of it.
Patrick Sullivan was confirming that tonight we're doing 1956. Doing 1956. Obviously.
But we're doing everybody's cars. If they want to send in pictures of their cars, their garages, their dogs, I don't care. It's for everybody.
Always send us pictures of your project, regardless of what year and model they are, on any night, because we love to see your projects. But in order to give some continuity to the streams, we pick a day, a date, a year, and we kind of look at all the different kind of cars, all the different brands that came about in that year. And so if you would like to send in pictures, that is the that I put in the chat.
Pointing to the chat down there.
I don't know. It might be over there or over there.
Wherever it is on your...
Wherever your chat is, there is a link to his active email, and we will see it tonight. And if you're here in the chat with us, we'd love to talk about it, especially if it's something that is personal. This looks like somebody's personal pictures. This doesn't look like an advertisement
This is
picture.
Hippie Long.
Okay.
Sent pictures of it's probably a 56 because tonight's 56.
That looks like a
Ford.
Ford.
56. It's a Continental Mark II, which was a 2-year car and a very expensive car at the time, like $11,000 in 1956, which is crazy expensive. 56. My dad bought that Ford wagon. I remember my mother says, that thing cost almost $3,000, which it wasn't quite $3,000, but it was a optioned up 56 Ford wagon. So, that was a lot of money back then. I'm going to look consumer price index here and see, what I say, 11,000. Oops, I screwed that
Patrick
up.
Sullivan's laments. I have 0 old photos. The ex saw to that. I'm so sorry, Patrick. I should call my mother and get some pictures of me when I was young, because I have nothing. I mean, I have a couple things on computers, but, the whole digital photography thing came around, and it was like the answer to everything. But then, how do you maintain that? I guess I have some CDs that probably have some old photos. Go ahead.
$11,000 in 1956 for this Continental Mark II. Yeah, and they didn't put the Lincoln name on it. They just called it a Continental, sold through Lincoln dealers. Is the equivalent of $127,000 today.
Good
so
Lord.
That was an expensive car, and it was a 2-seat.
That's a lot of money. You could almost buy a car with that.
Imagine that big old car that was a 2-seat car. You could buy a what?
That's how much cars cost now, is $127,000. Anything nice, man. But no, like you could buy like a exotic sports car or like super high-end luxury cars. So,
You could buy one of the best Corvettes for less than that.
Luis Miguel Suarez Barrios says, hello, everyone. I'm here. Welcome to the stream. We can start now because Luis is here, but he's watching a movie.
Mexican Spec says it has a rear seat. I didn't think those had a rear seat, but maybe they do.
If you look at it, there's room that you could kind of sit.
I'm not sure anybody could sit in there.
Yeah.
Because I had a friend that really
I bet
wanted
there's not
one.
a lot of leg room.
I had a friend that really wanted one. We were in San Luis Obispo, 200 miles north of Los Angeles. And we went to Los Angeles. He and I did. And we, back then you looked at newspapers and we searched all over for one. We ended up coming home without one. But that was in probably 1972, something like that. And the cheapest one we could find then was $5,000. But I remember we were thinking they were like 2-seat cars, but maybe there's a little
Mexican
stubby back
spec
seat
says
back there.
it's a 4-passenger.
There could be there could be room back there.
If you look at the roof line, it
Yeah,
does
I know,
look
it
like
does look
there's
like
room.
there's room back
Yeah,
there.
especially with the long door.
So yeah, I'm sorry,
Not luxury car room though for a car of that.
So
I don't know. Let's see.
there's more from
Mexican
Hippie
spec
Law.
say was printing out pictures at Office Depot. Then they closed the store. Well, that's not nice. Oh, there's another picture of it from the
Another
back.
picture of it.
Look at how all the emblematic Lincoln Continental stuff. That's cool.
Let's just say, I almost bought a '56 Continental for $6,000 in the late '70s, and that was about right back then. Hippie Long. My friend just got that 3 days ago. Well, that's cool.
Oh, I see. Well, thanks for bringing pictures. That's great.
That's really good.
It's so cool that everybody has their phone now. Eventually, we might even get photos of Bigfoot. Everybody has pictures of their phone. Somebody's going to get Bigfoot. I think Bigfoot has like stealth technology, so you can't really track him. That's why he's always so blurry and when they do take pictures. Aliens, too. They have stealth technology. That's why there's no photos of real aliens. That's a lot of responsibility to make it nice again. Yeah, whatever you can do to maintain something.
I remember thinking those cars were so complicated I'd never want to restore one, but compared to cars from the last 20 years,
Yeah.
this is a simple car. And it's just going to be hard to find parts for that thing, but a fabricator could make a lot of it, Sean O'Brien, hola.
Welcome, Sean O'Brien. Glad you could make it. Mexican Spec agrees that Bigfoot has scrambling technology, so they were always blurry. Yeah, they have that. They emit some kind of waves that scrambles your image sensor. Oh yeah, yeah.
What are you talking?
They have a special gland that emits a hormone that emits waves of light that are special that don't. Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay.
Buddy Carfano sends in. I can't zoom that.
I know. What's with the moths again?
I don't know.
warm day-
We got like 2 moths in here. Driving me
Three.
nuts. There's 3.
Yes.
I feel like swiping at them.
Oh,
Little tiny moths. I don't know where they come from. They got to be hiding in this
I don't know,
building
but he's
somewhere.
dizzy now from dancing around my hand like that.
Man, they always come out on Tuesday nights. Okay,
That looks like AI. Is that a real picture?
I think so. 56 Ford crew cab. So somebody made it into a crew cab. That's not normal. I don't know. That might be AI. I don't know. It does have the big fenders like a big truck. I don't know.
Doesn't it look really weird?
Looks weird. There were no 4-door pickups.
That's not
there.
real. That's not real. It's made up.
Yeah, Mexican Spec. Is that real patina or fake? Patrick
I
Sullivan.
don't think any
fake.
of it's real. The
Okay.
photo doesn't even look real.
So we'll get rid of this because it's not real. We'll go back to the real car. Buddy Carfano, send in real pictures.
Maybe that'll be a new section. Is it real or is it AI?
Real or is it fake?
Real or AI, and why?
So Buddy Carfano sends in another car, which
It'll be
I'm
a public
sure,
service that we do.
which I'm sure is real.
That looks a lot more like a real car.
56 Packard convertible, one of the last real Packards before Studebaker started making the Packards, and that's a big heavy car.
Wow, it has the 56 headlights that like you'd see on a Chevy where they have the fenders above the
And
headlights.
57, the car that said Packard on it was a Studebaker that they tried to make it look like a Packard. Here we go.
Is
more
it
commercials.
real or is it Memorex?
Remember those commercials? I don't know if you remember this.
What Memorex thing were they referring to?
Cassette tapes, I think.
Cassette tapes. Wow. Oh, yeah. Audio. That was audio reproduction. Memorex. Ooh.
I'm trying to download.
Does anybody still have any magnetic tape that they're using, cassette type tapes that they're using, that work? I remember a lot of those devices had like rubber bands in the gearing system, so they didn't last for 10, 15 years, and then the rubber dried up. So, or even worse, they would have like an idler that was like a rubber drum that rubbed against something, and those were just notorious for, they would seize on the little pin, so then the bearings didn't work good, and they'd get a flat spot from sitting when you didn't use it. Cassette tapes, the guy sitting in a chair being blown away. Yeah. He was sitting there and it was like blasting with air. Yeah, that was the thing. Just everybody wants their ears blown out.
And like I say, speaking of audio, anyone else getting that stutter?
Okay, be quiet for a second. Let's see if it has the... No, it's okay. I don't know, Olive. That might just be me tapping my foot.
Don't be tapping your foot on the mic.
Sorry. I shake the whole room when I tap my foot.
Let's see. Tim, we say we're going to show pictures other than the year. Tim sent this. It says this is grandfather with their workhorses.
That's awesome. Thank you for sending that. Wow. Can you guys imagine the world with no automobiles in it, or very few automobiles in it, and everything was done by horses? I can't even really imagine. I've never experienced
one horsepower vehicles. Okay, I know I don't like politics, but I like to talk about politicians occasionally. President Grant, you remember President Grant? He was a Civil War general, and his big thing was he knew how to ride a horse. He was quite good at it. When he was president, he got several speeding tickets in Washington, D.C. riding a horse. I didn't know they gave speeding tickets back then until I read his books, and he got tickets for riding too fast when he was the president. Gonna give the president of the United States a speeding ticket.
That was more than 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Horses were still in use on farms and stuff like that, but automobiles and trucks and stuff like that.
This is Tim. Grandpa never owned a tractor, car, or truck until he retired in 1965. So he was doing this until 1965. That's what he knew how to do.
Why would he get it and not the horse? Because he's driving. He was driving the horse with spurs or whatnot.
Can
you imagine? It would have been back before the 1920s, I guess, right?
Well,
you would think that by the 1930s there were a lot of tractors.
If he retired in 65, 40 years before that would have been 25, so it's probably before that. It was probably late teens. Yeah, and there were a lot of motorized vehicles then.
I mean, in the 1930s and the 1940s, Ford built tractors like there was no tomorrow. Those Ford 8N tractors and 6N tractors and stuff like that, they're everywhere. They must have built a gazillion of them for there to still be that many of them around. You know what I mean? You see them all the time. And so...
This is...
Go ahead. A car.
Excuse me. A car.
A blue and white.
What is it? Tell me what it is.
Traeger wheels.
What kind of car is it, Kim?
56. Wagon. 4-door wagon. And I'm looking at the little emblem on the front for...
Oh, come on.
I don't...
You're one of your favorite YouTube channels. This is all they work on.
Oh, is it DD Speed Shop?
It's a 50. It's not one of his.
DD
It's a
Speed
50.
Shop.
It's a 50. But he's in Canada. This is the other direction. This one's in Mexico. This is one of Mexican specs. It's a 56 Chevy wagon. Mexican spec says, yep, it's missing a few trim pieces. It is, but you can find that stuff, you know?
Yeah. Yeah,
The,
I wouldn't say that that's a major like issue if it's missing some, because they're such well-loved cars that getting trim pieces, people.
yeah, non-stock grill, non-stock turn signal lenses,
Oh, really? Okay.
but they all rust out up there in the right above the headlights. And this one, you can see where there's some kind of
Well,
work
they
up
make
there.
patch panels, repair panels
They
for
make
those.
patch panels for those because it
Yeah.
is such a big
Still,
deal.
you can buy brand new stampings for to repair them because people love them.
Oh yeah, look at this. This is when they were working on it, obviously.
The old red painted drums. Yeah, I would rather see drums painted black or silver, or I think those are the only choices.
So Mexican Spec sent
That
this.
was cool in the day. Red drums, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why red on a blue and white car. I'm quite understand.
Yeah, see the
Recent paint, probably. You can't tell from this picture. It's a little grainy.
yeah, it's a little grainy,
It just looks like it is painted.
but there.
Tim says, thanks for showing my pic, Buff. Tim, thank you for sending it. That's super cool. Because any of us could just go out and just click on pictures, but to get something that has meaning, that's personal, that's family, that has history, is exceptional. So we appreciate you taking the time.
I could go in and get a picture of my grandfather. I'll do that here in a few minutes
Okay.
because it's a pretty good picture.
38 Racing says the 8N Fords were good tractors. They are good tractors. Now, people
still
have
are.
expectations that tractors going to do more now than what they did. I think they were only like 40 horsepower. So if you need more horsepower, or if you need a bigger, wider tractor, you need to pull things. But they had all kind of implements for the 8Ns, and they had and there's still people still can use them on their property. I see people who've got the mower that hooks onto the PTO, and they mow with those tractors down here in Tennessee still. Still.
Look at that. That's the engines. It's the old stove bolt Chevy 6. That engine came out in the early 30s, 33 maybe, and then sometime in the 50s it had dippers that dipped oil out of the pan, splashed it around, and it went to a pressure oil system sometime in the 50s, and so that's what this would be. And then that engine, they used it all the way up to 62, I think.
Lester LeSabre asks, is the jet airplane on the 56 Chevy flying at an angle?
Oh, let's see. I gotta see what the bird looks like. See, when I was a kid, every hood ornament was like a bird or an airplane or something. See that thing? All cars had a bird on the hood or a jet or something. Yeah, it needs to be a positive angle attack for it to fly, but now that's just they either had a bird or an airplane or a jet up there, something that looked like it was flying, or they had a woman that was like this with like colored hair going back or something. I remember all those, but all cars had a hood ornament, and then it just kind of went away. Ford started putting two little things out on the fender tips, and then they were just gone. Tim, Grandpa always got his horses from the local Amish. Good people. Yeah, it probably were. Okay, I'm gonna
If
gonna
there's
sing
ever
out
like a major EMP from space and it just knocks out everything, the Amish will be unaffected. Their lifestyle will change almost none.
I'm gonna go
Hmm?
get a picture.
Go ahead.
I'll be right back.
The hood ornament on the black car I sent is ultra cool. Okay, I'll tell them. We'll get to it. Guys, I apologize if we're moving a little slow, talking too much. I don't know. We just kind of roll with however the night is going. I hope you're having a good time. We're enjoying ourselves. The time flies by when we start doing this, and it's super cool that we get the opportunity to be here with you. Um, there was a time where in order to broadcast live, you had to have like an enormous, expensive studio. You had to have wildly expensive cameras and computers and equipment. We get to do this in our house. We don't have anything. I don't even know. The most expensive thing in this room, I couldn't even tell you. There's nothing fancy.
This
What's he doing?
is my
Here, I
grandfather.
will hold him if you.
Yeah,
tell
it's
us-
gonna be.
Oh, let me make it big, so they could see it.
Oh yeah, okay.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, we got. That's my grandfather, 1961. So he was 62 years old. He was born 1899, and he was a printer. He worked in newspapers and printing offices and that kind of stuff. And there he is, the old-fashioned way with lead and the old-fashioned print shops. And that's
Oh.
what my father learned to do.
What was his first name?
His name was Cuthbert. Cuthbert was his first name, but he went by Bert.
Bert.
So,
Bert Del Campo.
so
That's awesome.
So, and then my father did the same thing. Went to college. My father ended up teaching printing in a university. And my father said he had a choice to make in the early 80s, whether to get out of it or learn about computers. And he decided he could retire. So he retired. So he never did the computers. And of course, now nobody uses lead and linotypes and all that kind of stuff. It's all computerized.
If you guys ever have a couple of hours to occupy to entertain yourself, I don't know, you're waiting for an airplane or something like that. You don't have anything to do. There's a really cool documentary. Where was that was that a YouTube documentary or is that an Amazon documentary about the linotype machine? And it's pretty cool. It's neat. They show you all how it works, and obviously it's outdated and they got rid of them. But for a while, it was the technology that was the preferred. It was the best in the world for printing. Pretty cool stuff. Ray says the 8N Ford was rated at just over 23 horsepower. That was a 4-cylinder engine too. 23 horsepower. I got to work on a couple of them, just a little bit. The people that I knew who owned them, they were their babies. You didn't touch that. They were like, I'm like, it just sounds like it just needs the idle adjust a little bit. They're like, no, don't talk. Ha 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 ha. That's my. I'm like, okay. I know touch. I respect that. Mexican Spec says it's already been an hour, only 3 to go. Thanks, Mexican Spec. We might finish up early. We might finish at like 3.5 or something. You never know. Tavo's not even here yet. We got to go for a little while.
When Tavo takes his
That was
lunch
his
break,
joke.
he'll show up.
That's my joke because
Isn't Tavo going to the doctor?
It's been months ago, and I remember I was like, oh, and he was like, Tavo didn't even get here yet. We can't be done. We don't even know if he's coming.
Well, did Tavo go? When is his doctor's appointment?
Oh, that's right. He had to go get
he
a
had to go
scan.
get a
He was
scan,
having
yeah.
headaches.
Yep.
Oh man, hope he's doing all right. I'd like to hear from him. Okay.
Got to find more pictures people sent in.
Olive says I had to work in a bit of exercise. It's going to be a bit of a climb back from the past month or so hours.
What happened? She's having a rough time too.
I don't know. My brain is not bringing it to me. I'm sure we've discussed it. I'm sorry. Patrick Sullivan says, until the fallout hits. Oh, yeah. If there was a big EMP attack, unfortunately, you better have a small stockpile or maybe a large stockpile of lead. Lead. Handcrafted, not handcrafted.
Okay.
You guys understand how that
I've
works.
got a question here. Somebody sent me a picture of a Fossil Vega, 1956 Fossil Vega, but they put the real name on here on the email. I want to know who it is sent that in, because I don't want to just spout out your name and address.
we want to make sure that you're here when we talk about it.
So I want to know. It's a white Fossil Vega, 1956. And
Aunt D said they just sent one in, so I'll bet it's Aunt D.
Okay, and that would make sense because of the name that's here. Yeah, that would be.
And Sean O'Brien asked how to submit pictures. I'm glad you asked, because you just send them to Buff Del Campo at gmail.com. The name of the channel at gmail.com, and he will get them in his email. But
can you? That's really big for some reason, or we're big and it's smaller.
We are big. Let's get small again.
We've got.
Here, take a deep breath in, and I'll make us small. Bam! Look,
small.
we got small. Our heads have deflated slightly. Only slightly.
So that's a 56 Fossil Vega. Wow, with a pretty nice early Cadillac Eldorado next to it, like a 68 or something. Man. Yeah, that's an
That
odd car.
Eldorado's got a really weird rear end on it.
That's the first of the big two-door Eldorados.
That's really.
You don't remember though.
What
That's
year?
68 or 9. 67, 8 or 9. Yeah.
That's really
Oh,
futuristic.
next to a
looking.
67. Oh, Mexican Spec said 67, then he said 68. I don't know which it is. Oh, it's a 68. It's got side marker lights.
Look at him knowing all the stuff. I don't know those things because that's before my time. And up north where I was, there was none of
they
those
were
cars
probably
around.
they were probably gone. Yeah,
I
see,
mean,
it's
so
got
there was some hidden in garages that people babied, but they weren't just like out on the streets where you see them every day.
I remember when those things were new. They were a beautiful car. And it's before it was real popular. They had really nice leather interiors. They were a classy car, those Eldorados. But the Fossil Vega, I really don't know a lot about it. I know about them, but I've never seen one in person, never been in one, of course. Um, it's one of those cars that there's so few of them. Okay, and then I've got more Mexican Spec sent a
Thanks
lot
for
of
sending
pictures
that picture in. That's awesome.
Mexican Spec sent a lot of pictures in because he always has a lot of cars.
Volkswagen pickup truck.
Look at that. You know what's cool on this? Oh, Aunt D. That was in France a while ago. That's the only Cadillac that didn't have AC, was brought brand new in 69. Wow. Okay, so it's a 69.
Might have been a 68 bought in 69.
Could have been. No AC.
Oh, but it was in France, so it's hard to say.
When I lived in Hawaii, I used to see cars there, brand new car. Excuse me. And this is in the 70s. Brand new cars didn't have heaters in them. No heater. It was a heater delete was an option. An option in Hawaii was heater delete. It just seems weird to me, Yeah, the taillights on a Fossil Vega remind me of the early Vet. Yeah, I thought the same thing, like a 53 or 54 Vet. Musty One has a few of those. Other YouTuber. Yeah, I watch him sometimes. Of the Volkswagen, you mean? Yeah, the bed walls fold down, make like a flatbed back there. And what I like about these is you can pop the windows up. You don't have to open them that far, but you open them a little bit, and that is a vent like you wouldn't believe. The air just comes up. It's when you open up a windshield just a little bit in the bottom, it's a high pressure area, so it just really.
Yeah, wouldn't that rip the windows right off going down the road?
Well, that far open, you probably wouldn't want to go very fast, but if you just pop them open a little bit and there's a thing that holds them, it's really nice. There were a lot of cars in the 30s and early 40s, mostly 30s, that were like that, where the windows popped open a little bit. They had a crank or something that pop them open.
I guess if you didn't have air conditioning and it was the middle of the summer and you were stuck in traffic not going anywhere and you knew you were not going anywhere for a long time, like you were on like a residential road where you're delivering ice cream, I don't know.
Look at this one, has no turn signals. Remember the turn signals on that Beetle, those little pointy turn signals that were down low? They had those on these buses, but this one doesn't have them. Wow.
Turn signals are such a bother. I have to move my pinky. It's it's so hard to turn signal. What year would this be that it didn't have turn signals?
56. Dang. Well, it's in Mexico. They probably didn't have a requirement for it. Yeah, you don't want to open. You don't want to do that when you are in traffic, because then the exhaust just comes in. It's a VW bus. Fast was not optional. I had friends that I was with little kids, and his father bought a Volkswagen bus in 1958. That thing wouldn't get out of its own way. I mean, going down the highway, 50 was about it.
Does it have like a 1200cc engine in it?
I don't know what they had. I don't know a Mexican Spec. What size engine's this one?
In 56, it would have had only like a 12 or maybe 1400cc, right? They didn't come out with the 1600cc's until the 60s.
Oh, the 1600 was way later. You had dual port 1600s, but there were other smaller engines built up to that before the 1600.
I'll bet you at top speed like 45. Because the other thing about the buses is, don't they have like a reduction portal out by the wheels?
Yeah, the buses, the gear's actually on the other side, so the axles turn backwards, and then there's little gearboxes out at the end that lift the bus up a little higher than the Beetles, and it changes the direction, gears it down out there at the ends of the axles. That's kind of weird too.
That's what I've heard, that you can't go freeway speeds in the buses because you'll burn up the engines trying to tack them out that fast.
This guy that was um, there was our neighbor. They had that bus. They didn't have it very long. He built an interior in it long before people built vans or campers or anything. And he built like a little camper in there for the family to go camping. And then he worked on the engine. And what he used to say was, well, we hopped it up. And I don't know all what he did to it. Probably put bigger barrels and different exhaust and everything. But that thing could go 65 miles an hour, which at the time for a Volkswagen bus was crazy. But I know that VW bus went really good.
Mexican Spec says the 88 and up VW bus goes pretty well. Yeah. The newer, they absolutely increased the size of the engine and changed the gearing and everything to where they were able to do highway speed. But talking 1956, this was a very almost toyish kind of truck.
I think my Harley engine is bigger than the VW's. Man, there was a guy next door to my first radiator shop, had a crank grinding business. And he bought a BMW motorcycle. And you know what a BMW motorcycle looks like? It's an opposed twin. It's two cylinders opposed and the cylinders stick out like this. Well, he bought one, somebody extended the frame and had a 1600 Volkswagen on it. And he used to ride that thing to work every day. A 1600 Volkswagen engine on a motorcycle. I mean, that was something. That was a fast motorcycle. Somebody up here earlier said something about semaphores. Patrick Sullivan. Hey, if somebody wants to, I don't have time to search it right now. Show one of the older Volkswagens. If somebody wants to search it and send me a link or something, I'll put it up. One of the ones that has semaphores instead of turn signals. One of the cars like from the late 50s, early 60s.
Okay. Got brake lights at least.
And look, I remember
Somebody
this
did a nice
so well.
job.
I remember
freshening up
this.
that interior.
This looks so well. I remember those headlight buckets. I remember sitting in their Volkswagen, the 58. This is a 56, but basically the same thing. And they didn't have a glove compartment. They had a shelf, and there was no radio in it. And I remember that steering wheel looked like that.
That steering wheel needs a Brody knob.
And then the headlight buckets. I mean, your legs were one piece of sheet metal from the crash.
That's the headlight buckets. Oh man.
That's
headlight
buckets.
Man.
Yeah, this is, and you have this one for sale down there, huh? Mexican Spec. Oops, that one's. Oh, I guess that. Oh yeah, and I remember that thing up there. What is that? That's the heat. I don't remember what that is. I think that's the heat. But I'm not sure.
Why would they put the heat up top?
I think they had muffs that went around the exhaust and some tubes that went up there or something. On the Beetles, those tubes come up low and then
I remember they come up the rocker panels.
Yeah, they come up the rocker panels. Dizzy Izzy's here. Good evening. So, yeah, I remember that thing being up there, but I'd forgotten about that.
Lester LeSabre remembers seeing one of those in the early 60s. A contractor was using it. See, it doesn't seem like it would be a very good contractor truck. I don't think it had much load capacity. Mexican Spec says after 88, they used the liquid-cooled 4-cylinder Gulf engine. I've owned the Volkswagen Rabbit, which was very much like your Gulf. Yeah. And that little engine is excellent.
They did really that in Mexico, good. And then they put a grill with a radiator up front.
Well, they did have those. They had those buses here too, with the little, and those would be great as long as you don't like load it down. But it would absolutely do highway speed and all, work like a modern car.
Yeah, look at that thing.
They had the camper vans like that after 88. They had some of those in the United States.
Trying to find
I think they did. I've seen them around. Not where I lived though. I hated that. We didn't have anything good in Pittsburgh because of the stupid salt. Anything that was worthwhile, people hid away or sold off.
Okay, so Blue Grit, good evening. What is that noise? Some kind of a drrr noise. What the hell is that? We got a new noise in here. Auntie O'Reilly's commercial. 2 points.
Oh, O'Reilly.
And Rainy Day Autos here. And who else came in? Sean O'Brien. Oh, he sent pictures. I got to look to see.
I think I got to take a trip up to O'Reilly's tomorrow and get brake hardware. I was supposed to go today, but honestly, I was hung over from the sugar drop from eating so much of that green cake.
She's never hung over from alcohol, but hung over from the sugar.
Oh, man. I think the sugar is maybe as bad.
Oh, what is this? Don't let me
Is that noise? Shh, quiet for a second. Is that noise? Stopped. Okay.
Sean O'Brien. For some reason, I'm getting a notice here that your pictures have been blocked because there are, this message contains one or more attachments that can't be verified as safe. Are you kidding me? Just downloading them. I don't know if it downloaded or not. It says it's blocked from downloading, but I
looks safe.
But nope, they didn't download. I've tried it. Yeah, how can you fix it oh, looks safe. I can fix this. I can fix this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, now we got your pictures. Okay, now I'm downloading them. Now we're downloading them.
Dizzy Izzy's here. Welcome to the stream.
Let me see here.
Randy Day says kind of looks like a Tempo Matador.
So let's see here.
How does it look like a Tempo Matador? What's he talking about?
Sean O'Brien says my 340 swap 260Z has a Jim Cook body kit. I sent pictures. So it's a 340 Chrysler in a Z car? Oh my God. Are you bringing that to No Name Nationals? You know what? I think it's wind or something, making something outside jitter, but I'm not sure. I'm really not sure.
I gotta go look.
You gotta go look.
Yeah.
Take a gun with you. Oh, you're gonna look from in here. You're gonna look from in here. Oh, I was thinking it's something on the outside. There's like a shutter or something out there. It's the wind's going. Sounds like it's coming from the window.
Don't make me scared. I was worried it was something in the CPU fan.
Oh, it could be the computer fan. Oh, it is.
There's a wire in the CPU fan.
Kim found it. I was wrong. It was not a shutter. There was a wire. She's got the top off the computer, and there's a wire in the
computer doesn't even have a top
in the cooling fan.
I had to make some minor upgrades to that computer many years ago. I bought a upgraded video card for it, and it was like, and it was like, wait a minute, this video card is this much higher than the top of the computer, so everything's just sticking out of it. And the computer has 2 power supplies because the base power supply for the computer doesn't have enough juice. It doesn't have enough plugs for the video card, so it has 2 power supplies.
Where is it here? Buddy Carafano sent semaphore pictures. I don't have them yet.
Semaphores. I
don't know why they're not here yet.
They'll show up.
His stuff always shows up, so I don't know why it isn't here. Let me.
Sean O'Brien said it's a Jim Cook racing body kit. I don't know what that is.
That's this. Let me go back to the picture prior to that, which is this.
Okay, nice. The California Z.
Is that going to be at No Name Nationals? Yeah, he pitted right next door to us at No Name Nationals, so that's where we met him. I think we still have his gasoline, don't we? Do we still have some of that gas?
Yeah, we use it to clean parts sometimes.
It stinks. It doesn't smell like gasoline. And his car didn't run right, so he drained it out, and he didn't have any place to drain it. So we had an empty 5-gallon gas can, so we drained it into my gas can. I put it in the front seat. I had a cap on it, and put it in the front seat of the Mazda, and then got in this horrible crash. And after the crash, I looked over, it was tipped on its side, but it wasn't leaking. Not much. So I tipped it right side up after the crash. So then, how did I get it then? I guess maybe it was still in the car. It was still in the car when I went to the towing place. and I got it,
I
brought it
asked the
back
fire
here.
department to get rid of it, but they just stuck it back in the car.
So then, now we have this can of gas, only it stinks. It doesn't stink. It just doesn't smell like gasoline. I don't know what was in your tank, man. So we use it as cleaning solvent, and it works quite well. Just, oh man.
Sean O'Brien says it has a rear cowl induction hood. Probably not bringing it this year. Next year, maybe. Yeah, well, it's not always easy to bring everything. Cool, though. Very cool. He says that the Hot Rod article has great pictures, but it doesn't let me download them. Yeah, you can't always rob people of their photos. They don't like that. So,
Yeah.
but if you guys want to see more of this special kit, Hot Rod article, we'll have it. Do a Google search, and you'll be able to look at it more.
Here it is. Buddy Carfano's email just popped in.
And they were asking Dizzy how he survived, how he did with the hail last Friday. And Dizzy, as he says, he got dime-sized hail, but no damage.
You're gonna have to fix that picture.
Not like last time. I guess hail is destructive stuff.
Now that's a semaphore. That's how turn signals were.
Did they pop out, or
That
were
thing,
they always?
yeah,
out?
it was like sticking your arm out the window.
A semaphore.
But it pops up, and the thing.
I've never even heard of that.
That's how turn signals were on Volkswagens way back.
Anything else? Just Volkswagen?
Well, no, a lot of European cars had
I
those
have
things.
never ever seen or heard of that.
It's like you used to stick your arm
That's
out.
awesome.
You used to stick your arm out the window, and this was we sit on the left side of the car, so this is a right turn. This sticking your arm straight out,
Right, they taught us that for
and then down,
bicycling.
and down was a stop. When I took my, they don't flash. This is one of the few I've seen with the light that lights up. Some of them don't even light up. There's just a thing that sticks out. It has a reflector on it or something. I remember those. So I took my driver's test in 1970, and we went out and did the whole thing. And it was a fairly busy street I was on, and some guy about a half a block in front of me just jaywalks in front of me, just walks across the street, middle of the block, big long block. So I just slowed down nicely, stopped, let the guy cross in front of me, and then continued on with my driving test. So we got finished with the driving test, and then the examiner's sitting there like forever. And he's writing and doing something. And finally he says to me, you did real well, except, he goes, when that guy crossed the street in front of you, you should have rolled your window down and signaled for a stop. Like stuck my arm out the window and put it down. Well, even in 1970, nobody was doing that, brake lights work. So he took 1 point off, so I didn't get 100. I got a 99. And I was upset because I wanted to get 100. Nobody was getting hundreds. And but he took 1 point off of that. Thinking, I should have rolled my window down while I was doing that, run over the guy, and then signal for the stop, Yeah, semaphores. And there's one on the other side that pops up.
Oh, they don't flash, though.
No.
Okay.
Now, that one's got a big old light on it. I don't remember them with a light that big. I remember a little light on the end, or maybe a reflector or something.
Maybe it's just caught the light.
Hippie one says that's a new semaphore. It could very well be.
No, oh, yeah.
How old was the inspector? The guy was probably 40-ish, and that was in 1970. So he's what? I don't know. He was probably, born in the 30s maybe. He was nitpicking me. He couldn't give me 100. He just couldn't give me 100.
Well, maybe that was the rule.
The same thing happened when I took my private pilot's exam. The examiner, we got finished, and he sat there and messed with the pay. I'm just sitting there. And I busted the altitude really bad because I went over a mountain. He had me go over this mountain, and then on the other side of the mountain, the air is just flowing down like this. So I got a big sinker. Well, you're not supposed to bust altitude by more than 100 feet. Well, the airplane wouldn't do it. I gave it full throttle, got best rate of climb. When I got through that sinker, I went right up the altitude I was supposed to be at. And I said to the examiner, well, we're paying for all that altitude we gained so fast on the other side of the mountain. I knew what was happening. The wind was blowing up over the mountain and back down, and the airplane wouldn't outperform that downdraft. And he knew that I understood that. So we get all finished, and he's sitting there, and he's writing. I'm like, man, I busted altitude. He's going to fail me, So We sit there for too long. And finally he looks over at me and goes, "You did real well. You passed." He goes, "Go ahead, put the airplane away, come in." He goes, "I'll type up your certificate." And I'm like, "Yeah, got a pilot's license." But I got 100% on it. But I thought he was going to fail me. In fact, it was like 8 to 10 gallon fill up. I was wondering what that stuff was, because it doesn't smell like gasoline. It's something else, and I smelled it so many times. It's like, what is that stuff? It's something else in that tank of yours. I was surprised. Well, it burns. I mean, the engine did run, but just terrible. Dizzy says, my pickup was so badly damaged by hail last year. Her new name is Dimples. My youngest son got a new...
Oh, yeah, he was showing us.
New Hyundai... What's the Hyundai SUV? Okay, somebody's going to get points here. There's a Hyundai SUV and there's a Kia SUV. They're the same thing.
It's not even 6 months old, and it was in a hailstorm.
Wasn't even
decimated. Everything was it was terrible.
Yep,
that's and they had roof put on their house and everything.
Yeah, they ended up getting an insurance payoff. They're supposed to have a roof put on that. Brand new car, and they're gonna put a new roof on it. What is that thing? It's can't think of the name of those stupid SUVs. It's a no, not the Santa Fe. It's a bigger one. It's a
Telluride.
Telluride.
Buddy, you get 2 points.
Is it Telluride? Is it Telluride? Is that a Hyundai or is that a Kia? Because there's two of them. There's a Telluride, and there's another one, and one's a Kia and the other, but the same damn car. So yeah, it's one of those things, and it just beat the top up. So they got to have a new top put on it. I'm like, man, I don't even know if I'd let them cut the top off it or I'd just live with it, because once they put a new top on it, I mean, yeah, Palisades. Okay, Palisades is a Kia. Okay, so it's a Telluride. So it's just, man, I don't think I'd do it. I think I'd go up there and sand it myself and bondo it up and repaint it myself. Because once they pull that top off and put it back on, man, you don't know if that thing will leak. Who knows what'll happen?
My cup run it empty. So I'm gonna go grind some water. That's what we say when we use the Keurig, because it goes grrr and then spits out the coffee. So I'm gonna do that, but he's gonna still be here. I'm gonna put you on the generic. Yes. You are on the generic stream. So if you want to change the picture or whatever, you guys don't overwhelm him with comments. I'll be back in a minute.
I'm good. Sean asked a question of Mexican Spec, but I'm going to answer something here. He's asking, and Mexican Spec answers him, but I'm going to add to it. Sean O'Brien, he has shown 510s there, but I think they have the pushrod engine. And it's a different pushrod engine we got. It's very similar to the 1200, but it's bigger than the 1200, but it looks like a 1200. Am I right, Mexican Spec? It's an engine I like more than the American the engine we got in the 510 up here. And I think I'm right about that. Mexican Spec, correct me if I'm wrong or add to it or something, because you know better than I do. Yes, a engine. Okay, so you know about that. Yes, but it's a 1.6 liter. Yeah, and the 1.6 liters here were an overhead cam, and I remember those things would get hot once, and oil would just flow into the radiator, and I had a lot of those that had something would happen to them when they get hot, and then in comes the oil into the radiator, and then they have to go get a head put on it or something. I remember having that happen a lot of times, but the little pushrod engine, that never happened. And I had a Datsun 1200. I love that car. What a reliable engine, Steve Edwards, I had a VW with the blinker flags when I was at YPG. Really? See, you had one of those. Man, you're probably the first guy I ever met that really had one. Man, I can't wait to see that thing with a 340 Chrysler in it. How did we all do in the storm? Oh, you're asking Blue Grid. We had stuff blow all over the yard, make a mess.
Panels on the shed got ripped off.
What, on the shed you built?
The rear corner, underneath the Bronco 2,
Overneath. I like that one.
Bronco 2.
That's a new word Kim just came up with, overneath.
Shush. What the very last panel at the bottom corner got ripped off in the wind. I saw it flopping around there, but I sure as heck was not going up there in the wind to do anything with it.
Do you know where it went?
No, I didn't go look.
So we had a roof panel get ripped off the shed and went somewhere. We gotta find it. Well,
I gotta drag the
I'll get
extension ladder over there and go up and see what the heck is going on, because I might need to reinforce some things so it doesn't get worse.
I'll get on the mower and ride around and look for it. Go.
It was still flopping around.
Go search for a roof panel to look.
Like it was holding on by a screw or two.
Man, my shop in Ohio, there was a house next door. It was kind of out in the middle of nowhere, but there was a house and then there was a shop, you know, and there wasn't much else. Across the street, there was some little shop there that was a antique shop, but that was it. So the guy next door to me set up a tent out in he bought a new tent and he had it set up in his front yard. Well, then it was gone. And he came over and he's mad at me. He thought I stole it. He goes, "You stole my tent." I'm like, no, it was there, but then it wasn't. I thought you took it down. He was sure I stole it. Well, what happened was we had a big old windstorm and he found it. It was way over on the other side of the antique store. And there was a tree over there. And it was all wrapped around the tree. And he came over and he apologized. "Oh, yeah, I found it. I'm sorry I accused you of stealing my tent." He was so sure I stole it. Dizzy says, the first car I drove was a 68 VW Squareback. Oh, I like Squarebacks. I really like Squarebacks. Remember the Fastback looked just like a Squareback, except it was a Fastback. It was a Type 3 VW. There was also a Type 3 Carmen Ghia, which I thought was a pretty nice car. Have you tested out the Grant yet? No, I have not. Here's what's going on with Grant. You know how, what do you call it? Project creep? We started doing other stuff with my car, and we got the dash back in, but it's not ready to start yet. We've got to get the gauge cluster back in, a couple other things. And put the seat back in. It's really close. But as soon as that happens, because we worked on the brakes. They're all squared away now. So I'll go out and drive it a little bit. But then I'm going to build a console and put the radios in that. So that's one of my things is getting that done. I decided to put the antenna on the deck lid in the back. So we ran the coax under the carpet. So it's so we're going at it slowly. I also bought some 10 gauge wire and a circuit breaker to put up by the battery. I'm going to run 10 gauge wire right from the battery back to the console, because I'm going to have several things in there, and I'm going to put breakers. I don't like fuses. In fact, I'd change all my fuses over to breakers maybe I'll do that someday, but everything I'm going to put breakers on it, like in an aircraft or like in a boat. So actually I have some aircraft breakers, but I also bought some marine breakers. So I'll probably put breakers on the console for all my radios and things. After flying airplanes with breakers, man, I have a strong dislike for fuses, because when fuses blow, you know where they put fuses in cars, where you can't get at them, where you got to crawl into the dash or some stupid place, And when do fuses pop? At night in the rain, where the only place to pull over is in the mud. I always end up with my legs out in the rain and kneeling in the mud and trying to fix fuses and stuff. I don't want to ever do that. I want a breaker. Let's see here. Here we go. 510s. Red is a great color on these cars, and the fact they are faster than 2002s is amazing. What did I miss? I missed something. Kim, what are you doing? You're made our now we got a black screen. Oh, you're putting up something.
You're good. I had to fix my screen. It hasn't been up tonight at all.
I'm trying to find my cursor. I know it's here. There it is. Why don't I see it? That's really weird. It turned from a thing, from an arrow into a tiny dot. Why did that happen? Oh, I can't even see the stupid cursor. There. Now it's a pointer again. Okay. I'm back to downloading pictures. Mexican Spec sent in a 510. What do you do? Send them to Sean too? I don't know. I was going to show him here, but it looks like Sean already knows about it. Oh, Mexican Spec. There's a lot of pictures of this thing, but that's all right. I'm downloading them.
You're like, oh.
What?
Thank you, Mexican Spec.
Oh,
there's
just like this huge gaggle of pictures.
Can you believe we can get?
It's taken me a minute to get them all
nearly
down.
rust-free, fully or partially restored cars from the 50s out of Mexico. We have a friend who can help you, and that is Mexican Spec. He's sending us pictures of cars he might be able to get for you. If
Look
you're
at
ever
that.
interested in buying, or if you just like looking, you want to find Mexican Spec on Instagram, and he lists new cars all the time that you may be able to purchase. But
Oh, look at this.
it's just fun to look at. You know what I mean? But
What's
yeah.
Soriana? Soriana Epar. Epar? Is that a grocery store? What is that?
I don't know. We'll have to.
That wagon is a U.S. car with the overhead cam engine. Okay.
Great.
Okay, yeah, there's the
There
overhead cam engine, and somebody's painted the engine, the overhead cam. Oh, look at the headlights. You put some kind of super headlights in it. Yeah, Mexican Spec. I knew why you sent them. I just was like, there were just so many of them, and I was really having trouble with my cursor for some reason. It turned into a little tiny dot instead of the usual little finger. I was really struggling trying to get it to.
And it's got stickers that adds horsepowers.
Yeah, look at all the stickers.
Monster Energy drink. He said the rear side marker lights give away as a U.S. car, and it has plaid seats. I want to see the seats.
And it has a something like a club.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I like the plaid seats.
Oh, and somebody made a console.
It's interesting. What kind of car is that?
It's a Datsun 510.
Oh, it's a Nissan. Datsun.
Yeah. I think they said Nissan on the plate. I think there's a picture of the plate in here. Ads inserted.
In my mind, Nissan, Datsun, it's kind of the same thing because like they changed the name, but they didn't change the engineering. Not too much.
Well,
I mean, it's just
they were
evolution.
The whole world, except the U.S., they were Nissan.
Why'd they call them Datsun?
I don't know. It was a marketing thing. They decided that they wanted to do that.
The
look at that.
name is Nissan.
That's the original type radiator. I record so many of those. Those are pretty decent. Okay. See, it says right there, I remember this, manufactured by Nissan Motor Company. And they had those on Datsuns. And one year, they weren't Datsuns anymore. They just said Nissan on them, which is what they were all along. So, yeah. Left side key, Le Mans key position.
Oh, that's a 72.
Oh, they were Datsun in Mexico too. Okay, I didn't know that. Oops, what happened? Okay. See, it says Datsun up there.
Yeah, and it's got
look at that.
HEI ignition conversion.
Look at this. This is kind of interesting. It says Datsun type, whatever it is, 510. And then it says Nissan Motor Company on the same plate, Yokohama, Japan. I remember this real well. I remember the first 510 I saw because the Datsun dealer was on my paper route when I was a kid. And man, I remember the 510s right when they came out. It was 1968. And I had my paper out then, and I thought I really thought they nailed it on that thing because it looked like a normal car. It didn't look all boxy and narrow like all the Datsuns before that. Yeah, when did they change? Mexican Spec will know that. When did they change from Datsun to Nissan on their nameplates?
I know in the early 80s there
Hmm.
was still kind of both.
Mexican Spec says 1984. The 83 cars had both names.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Because my 87 is definitely a Nissan, but the 260Z cars and the 280Z cars still were Datsuns in the
Datsuns.
early 80s.
Yeah, and your Z car says Nissan on it.
Yeah, yeah. Everything was Nissan by the end of the 80s.
Did you have a Hino there, Spec? What is a
I,
Hino?
if
Is
you
a
guys don't know, I do have a Nissan 300ZX. It's the most recent car that we brought home, and it is still on the trailer. It was on the trailer all summer last year. We never got around to it because we were too busy working on the Dart. And as we're talking tonight, I'm thinking about like, what do I want to do with that car? I've never heard it run. It's complete, but it's got a lot of miles. I think it's like 175,000 miles on or something like that.
you got an extra engine with that.
I have two motors for it. I don't know. I don't really know the condition of either motor. I got the car. It was partially disassembled. The person who I got it from was a little bit. The person who I got it from was going to scavenge parts off of it. How did it work? He had a car that was wrecked, and he was going to strip down both cars and put all the good stuff from his wrecked car onto this car. But he was part of the way into it. He had his car completely tore apart, all completely tore apart. I think before he even bought this car, and he started taking this car apart, and then he decided he didn't want to finish it. He had other projects he was working on. He was working on some other really nice cars. He said, I could just buy a whole working car for $3,500. It's not worth me doing all of this. It's not even a turbo car. So
Sean O'Brien's.
the dual turbo 300ZXs are bad.
Oh, Sean's asking if you had rear steer on that. I don't think it does.
This one does not. But I know that they did make them with rear steer.
I wanted to take that car and put it on like a Ford truck frame and make a rat rod out of it. I think Kim doesn't want to do that. Okay.
We might. Who knows what we're going to do with it. It is so cool, though. It's got T-tops, and it's complete. It's all there. I have two front ends for it. I'm missing a lot of the hardware to put the front end back together, I think.
Okay.
And get all those nuts and bolts.
This is another one Mexican Spec has. And this is the one I was laughing about because I said he showed this once before. And I said it's a Ferrari because it's got what looks like a Ferrari logo back there. But it's a 73.
Oh, I like this one. Why are we talking about 73 cars? Just because it's something.
Because Sean O'Brien was asking about.
Oh, because Sean O'Brien
was asking about
Datsun
510. So
okay.
So I brought it up. I mean,
thanks, Mexican Spec. I just am a little bit out of the loop, but I got it now. My brain was.
And this is the one that has. Maybe I can see it from here. See, this has the pushrod engine in it.
Look how the engine's way over to the one side. Why is
in Japan, because you drive on the other side in Japan, and I bet everything, steering gear and all that other stuff's over on this side. So I would bet that when they did the left-hand drive cars, they had to cram all that in, just like Chrysler's in Australia.
Yeah.
Where everything's offset the wrong way. Luis says, what's that? Oh, Tim says 75 degrees yesterday, 80-mile-per-hour winds and snowing right now.
Oh, God, you got to have whiplash from that.
Isn't that the way it is? We had a big old teaser here. It got warm. It's like spring is here. And then the next day, no, it's not. It's 30 degrees. Big old windstorm. And then and it rained like hell for a full day. And now we're back to warmth again. So it's going to tease us a little. Oh, yeah, here's a picture of that engine. Maybe I can get in on the engine a little bit. Man, I like that pushrod engine.
That's a classy little ride. I'll bet it's sporty with, what's it got, 4-speed in it? I'll bet it's real sporty. And it's for sale? Or is it just an example that you found pictures of Mexican Spec?
I think this is when he showed this car once before on here.
He says it's a clean car. That means it probably has no rust anywhere. Mexican bodied car.
Gonna try to move that over.
I don't hate it. It could be a little more fancy, but it's a Nissan.
26,000 kilometers. That's
It
probably
is
126.
for sale. You could actually purchase this car through Mexican Spec, import it into the United States or other places worldwide, and
he'll help you do that.
he'll help you do that. He knows how to get it done. He'll guide you through the process. All it takes is money, which is, it does take money. You could buy cars here and restore them, but you're going to end up spending a bunch of money and a bunch of time.
I think Mexican Spec's pretty reasonable on the money side.
Well,
and the reason why I say that
I didn't disagree.
he takes care of his customers.
Yeah.
Man, does he take care of his customers.
Yeah, he's getting it all done, and having things taken, like restored, repaired in Mexico can be affordable way to get your classic car. But like what? We spend a year working on the Dart. We spent another 6 months working on your car, which was drive homeable, and we've been working on it for 3 months. We're gonna be, it's gonna be 6 months before it's really ready.
My car's drive homeable.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't the original radiator. This is some other Nissan radiator. But that's
not the original radiator. Well,
that'll
forget it.
work.
I don't want it at all.
Those
It's
are
not
I've
original.
worked on these before. Well, I noticed the offset filler neck. So I forget what these were for. It's still a Nissan radiator.
Oh, Sean O'Brien says he can take delivery in Louisiana. There you go. There you go. Ari is here. Howdy, Kim.
All
Howdy,
right.
Buff. Howdy, all. Welcome
Hey.
to the stream, Ari, friend of the street, longtime friend of the stream and moderator. Thanks for stopping in. I hope we're having a good time. Hope we're being entertaining tonight. I feel like we were lagging on that Volkswagen semaphore for a long time. I apologize if we go too deep in the weeds or whatnot. If you get bored, click on something else for a little while. Come on back. We're here for a while. I think we'll go maybe another hour. I don't want to go 4 hours.
Mexican Spec says, how do I know it's not a stock Mexican radiator? It could be,
Somebody might have just painted it.
but it's a different top. It's the one with the offset. I got to try to.
See, I'm not one of those people that goes all for like everything having to be original. It doesn't bother me at all.
Here we
But
go.
he's very particular about his radiators.
Well, no,
He had the radiator.
It doesn't
shop.
matter. It doesn't matter if it works. It's just I noticed stuff like
always
that.
notice.
I noticed it because
because
what
he's
I
an
did.
old radiator man. Did you ever see the kids movie? It was a cartoon called Cars, and the bulk of the movie happens in a southwestern town called Radiator Springs.
No.
It's a play on words. Get it? Radiator Springs. It's a little Route 66 roadside. Never mind. I'm done.
Why?
Because you're just like.
Because I'm trying to download a bunch of pictures. I'm busy. And so
Ari says he always enjoys the stream. Everyone here is great. We have a great community here enjoying pushing us. Mexican Spec won't let us dawdle too much. He'll push us back on track. And we have great people. I hope everyone's enjoying us.
Who's RCR? Is that Ray? RCR. Is that 38? Don't always.
I don't know.
My mind is like blank. I think it's Ray.
Okay, who's RCR from your? They'll tell us, and then bring it up if you can. It's a zip file.
Yeah, I got the zip. I extracted the zip file, and it's huge. But there's a lot of pictures in here, so I was going to show it. Yeah, RCI. That's what I thought. It's 38 Racing. Okay, so he sent in a bunch of pictures of a 41 Willis that he had.
Oh man, it's so cool.
I don't think I've ever seen a 4-door Willis. Okay, Lester the Saber wants to know more about Radiator Springs.
Lester the Saber does? Oh, in the movie Cars. It's a Pixar movie, Disney Pixar movie called Cars. And it's a I don't know, I watched it many times because it was a fun movie. Pixar movies, do recommend Pixar movies. But the main character of the movie is Lightning McQueen. He's a big, fast race car, and he's driving. He's a big hurry, and zipping past all life. And good old Route 66 is off there just living in the slow lane. And he's trying to get through there, and he gets stuck there, gets in trouble, gets stranded. Anyways, Radiator Springs is a play on words. There's a big monument there that looks like the front of a car, and the water's shooting out of the radiator like it's leaking, and it's supposed to be, it's funny, it's whimsical, it's a play on words. Radiator Springs. Anyways, if you don't like cartoons, I don't care, watch it anyways. If you've never seen the movie Cars, you should watch it. You'll enjoy it. You really will. There's the characters and the modeling and all. It's fun. It's very entertaining for a kids movie. It is top tier Disney, higher than Disney quality kids movies. It was so good that Disney had to buy Pixar because they couldn't take the competition. The mountains are Cadillacs, yeah. Ari, with enough money, you can get a real 400 SS 1996 model. They are really cool. 350 V8 though, not 400. I missed where we were going with this.
He's looking for a car.
Oh, a square body and an OBS for the collection.
Oh
man, I got too many in the collection. I gotta slim it down. I gotta make choices, hard choices. Cha-chow. That's right, stickers. Hippie Long, seen it? Lester Saber says thanks. Hey, that's the least I could do, is impart my, just click it on your view list. I don't know. You probably pay $5 or something like that. Watch it with a friend. It's a good thing. 38 Racing says, I had this on in my position for one day. It had a new home before I had it extracted from it. Resting spot for... 38 Racing is who had that car. And they pulled it out, and someone bought it like now. Right now. They were like, oh, you showed us that picture before. Remember we saw the grill and we were like, oh, that's a beautiful car. And he was like, sold. It's already gone. I remember that car now, Ray. Thanks for sending the pictures again.
Why is it doing this? I'm struggling a little bit here, so
okay,
you
I'll try
can
and keep
take
it
care
going.
of that, and I'll just...
Lester the Saber says, Kim, I'll watch it now since I am going backwards in age. There you go. Bring back your sense of wonder. Sean O'Brien says, Owen Wilson voices him being Lightning McQueen. The race car. Good voice actors. Who else is it? Click and Clack from the radio show about cars.
Oh, that was good stuff.
They're in that movie as cars. It's funny. Like, everybody who voices it is a car. So it's great. Have you ever watched that movie? I have to watch it with Bucktail Campo now. We should do a Discord movie night. Have you guys ever done a Discord movie night?
I don't even know what it is.
It's fun. So on Discord, nobody can hear you scream. So if you have your own private Discord, you can broadcast a movie for everyone to watch. And since it is a private thing, and nobody's making money off of it, you could just all watch the movie, and then everybody's sort of in the chat watching at the same time. You have to be pretty organized. So we probably will never do that. You guys will just have to watch it on your own when you have time. Larry the Cable Guy. Oh yeah, the guy from Larry the Cable Guy is the voice of Mater, who is the tow truck. Oh man, here I am plugging Pixar movies from the 90s. Blue Grit Garage says the front view of that Willys looks like a little Mr. Magoo. Yeah, but I love it. I really like it. I think it's super, super cool. Hippie Long says he grows to love old cars. I think he grows to appreciate and respect old cars for what they are. And,
so now...
yeah.
I finally got these...
You got the pictures to unzip?
Yeah, well, they unzipped, but they went, I couldn't find them. So
you
now
lost them.
I got them to where I wanted them. And I'm not used to this. My file system's a little different than your computer. So sometimes it I struggle with it. Okay, so this is one of the pictures.
Paul Newman's in that movie? I don't know about that. Michael Keaton? I don't think they are either.
These are all pictures of the 41 Willies.
Man.
Willis.
He is going to make us feel so lousy that we can never have this car because
Wow,
it's
look at that.
so neat.
See, now this is something I noticed with radiators. That is an odd radiator. It was real. Lots of cars had them in the 40s and early 50s. Chrysler used them. It's called a diamond cell. It's a cellular type core that looks like diamonds. It's not a honeycomb. It's a diamond cell, which is it's a pretty efficient core. They're kind of heavy, kind of expensive.
He says Paul Newman is the Hudson Hornet. I did not realize that's whose voice that was. Maybe because I it's an older, more gruffly voice than I would expect from Paul Newman. But yeah, the star power just runs deep in that movie, too.
38 says, Buff, I fought my computer to try not to send the zip file. Yeah, sometimes it zips stuff, and then I unzipped it here, and it went somewhere, you know? It's like,
the
where
worst
did
of
that
it is
go?
you can't compress the size of good photos anyways. So it's just packaging them in a less easy to...
So I'm going to fill my glass with something a little different.
Oh, are we going to show it off?
We are, after I bleed
I'll make it big.
Bleed it down a little bit, and then we can go back to the car. Because I just want to show what I'm drinking. I'm not... It's really different. I saw this. It's Dr. Pepper, zero sugar, but it's blackberry. It's pretty good.
He said it was so sweet. He was like, I don't think this is zero sugar.
She tasted. She goes,
I was like, oh, that's one of them good carcinogenic sweeteners. He was like, really? I'm like, yeah. He's like, but it's really sweet. I'm like, no, it's just really... It tastes good, though. So, if you like zero sugar stuff, it's really good. But we don't get paid by them, so I'm done plugging.
So can you zoom us back a little bit so I can show these pictures?
No.
Of 38's car.
All right.
So, oh, look at that. Oh, that's got some crusties.
So, okay, here's a question. If you had this car and we were going to put it together to make it so it could be like enjoyable, blackberry or black cherry?
It's black cherry.
Okay. If we had this car, right, and we were going to do something with it, would you leave the flathead engine? Or would you convert it out to a modern drivetrain like a Chevy 350 or something like that?
Man, when I was a little kid, I told this a couple of nights ago, I think, I really liked flatheads when I was a little kid because I could see the spark plugs. But I didn't understand why one would be better than the other or anything. But
what do you think now? What would you do?
Well, why would you want... Oh, what would I do with this?
Yeah.
I'd probably try to fix that flathead. Yeah, I don't know.
Would you put it under the shed and ignore it for a lot of years?
Well, it depends on what other projects we had going. You and I tend to have a lot of projects going at the same time.
We do.
So,
more projects than time.
Look at that. It's a 4-cylinder flathead. I
love the look of that car, though. It's super cool.
I've never seen a 4-door. I've only seen 2-doors of those. Because that was a popular car for drag races, was a 2-door of those things. Now I forgot what I was going to say. Something about all our projects. I don't know. I lost my train of thought. Look at this. Mexican Spec says it was toward the end of his life, but the salad dressings live on. What was I asking you?
He sent me for Thousand Island Paul Newman dressing.
Paul Newman's Thousand Island dressing.
They didn't have
there wasn't any.
There was a bunch of Paul Newman dressings, but not.
So because the carbs on it's real low, and I could take a little of that Paul Newman Thousand Island, mix it with sour cream, and it thickens it up and makes more of it, and the carbs are really low, and I can eat that, and it's kind of funny. My buddy has a 2-door 37 with a flatty. That's Ari says that. I know what I was going to say. Flatheads, what I think is really cool is Plymouth's 1957. They had these giant fins on the back. And 58, same thing. 59, they were a little different, but big old like rockets on the back. 1960, they got the Slant 6. But in 1959, you could get one of those big rocket ship looking Plymouths with a flathead 6 in it that was designed like in the late 20s, early 30s, whenever the thing was designed. And to me, that's just like the funniest car that ever is. I saw a really nice 59, it was a red two-door 59 Plymouth wagon, and it was beautiful. And the guy opened up the hood, and there was a flathead 6 in it. I thought, man, for some reason, these big fins look like they should have like a Hemi or something under the hood. It was a flathead 6. But I still like it. I really like that. Oh yeah, look at this. Look at all the pieces that hood is. The manufacturing.
Yeah, the craftsmanship that goes into something. Man, that will be a really cool.
And look at the window. One piece flat window.
Kind of little.
Simple. Well, it's a little car. I mean, that car isn't huge.
Yeah, no, that's only a four-cylinder under the hood. Then,
it's
wow.
not a little car, but it's not a big car either. Yeah, I like this. Look at the taillights. Look funny to me. I've never seen a four-door one of these. It's got a little rusty business back there, but that's not gone. I mean, you could fix that. That down underneath the door needs some work.
Blue Grid, I don't know about Paul Newman, Patrick Sullivan. Someone said something about it. Meerkats is his last movie. I don't remember seeing Meerkats, but I did not realize it was Paul Newman's voice.
There's that front end you like.
So many good characters in that movie, and lots of really cool history. Like, if you wanted to teach somebody about some of the history of automobiles and racing and stuff like that, and Route 66 and all that kind of stuff. Like, I don't think, kids, the great thing about a Pixar movie is there's a lot of depth, right? The kids enjoy the movie for one reason. Like the old Bugs Bunny cartoons. The kids enjoy the wild action, but adults, there's like more depth to it. There's humor and there's political commentary and stuff like that. Cars holds up. It really does hold up. It's a really, really fun movie. So if you want to be part of the jokes, you watch Cars. Next week, everybody will have watched Cars and everybody will pull in Cars quotes. Paul Newman's a big figure in the Datsun racing history. I didn't realize Paul Newman raced Datsuns. And Blue Grit was talking about there was a documentary of Paul Newman's road racing career, and he would run his age for the car number.
Oh, look at that. 38 says that's a 53 license plate. That's when it was parked. That was the last one I showed before I put this up.
Dang.
Let me see if I can do that somehow. Maybe I can do that. Yeah, look at that. 1953 Nebraska plate.
Oh, AmeriCar. It's a Willis?
It's a Willis.
AmeriCar in Nebraska.
Okay,
Man.
can you...
38 Racing, who do we have to kill to get that car?
I think he sold it.
I know.
Can you fix our zoom a little bit so that can...
Oh, yeah.
This is one Buddy Carfano sent in. It's a 56 Buick. What I always thought was great about 56 Buicks, when I was a little kid, it was one of the first cars I learned what year it is, because that big round thing right in the center of the grill, right in the top of that, it says 1956. It actually says it in the grill, what year it is. So I thought that was always pretty cool. We had neighbors that had a 56 Buick. It was a station wagon, but it said 1956 right on it.
If you haven't, we have deviated from the years because we were talking about Datsuns for a little bit, but tonight, the year that we're talking about tonight is 1956.
But we can talk about everything.
What's next week's year? Do we have one picked already? Crash's Roadrunner.
Yeah, Crash, that's the one I want you to catch right
Another there. Classic Industries ad. They're pushing hard. What have you been searching for, Crash Roadrunner Garage? What are they trying to sell you? Is it on there? What year we're at next week?
1966.
66. That's the year of my dart. We did that year once before, didn't we?
Did we?
Yeah.
I don't know. Somebody picked all these years, and we just wrote them all down, what we were going to do. So that's what we picked up. if you want to change it right now, now's the time to change
Oh, I
it.
didn't say we needed to change it.
Okay.
I swear we did 66 before, but it's probably been 6 months ago. So I don't think that anybody will be hurt by it because there's lots of good cars from that year.
Yeah, Mexican Sex says we
That'll be
did
next
66 already. Okay, so we did it already. What do you want to do? Does anybody have it? Buddy Carfano will be like, bam, he'll have a year he wants to do.
Are we going to change it? Are we going
I
to
don't
put
know.
it up
I mean,
to a vote or not?
yeah, let's have
Oh,
some
man.
let's get the first like 3 people that have the same year. That's what we'll do.
Okay,
Huh.
so we're looking for 3 people to come up with. So
That
if you
agree
have
on
a
a
year
year.
that you
And I'm gonna put some restriction on this. I don't want to go any older than 56 because it's just, I remember that, but I'm one of the oldest people in here. I want cars we might remember, or at least think of them as hot rod kind of cars. And I don't really want to go any newer than like, what's Dr. Go's car? That's in 81. His Chrysler.
why couldn't we go up
I don't want to go much newer than that.
We could
Buddy Carfano says 67. Didn't we do 67?
add them all together and get an average.
Did
67.
we do 67? Maybe not. No, we did 68 because I remember Camaro 60.
So we've already done 66 and 60. I like our official paper that keeps very careful track of what year we're doing.
Hey, did I write people's names?
Stop
Yeah, I
talking.
wrote Mexican Specs niece's name or something on there. You're showing the whole world.
Nobody knows who it is.
Okay, 81. I really don't want to go much newer than 81 or 82 because to me that's kind of the end of the whole thing there. That whole era of cars that we kind of like. 66 Dodge Charger. Well, we're gonna pick a year, and then we could. We did. Yeah, 66 we already did, but that's what we had on for next week. So I mean, we could, but 67 Charger looks almost the same. 74. Have we done 74 yet? Did we do 74? I don't think we've done
No, I think we
74.
did 73.
Uh,
But we need to get a second on it, basically. Somebody has to agree. Oh yeah, this is a good year. Otherwise, we're going to stay with 66. But we're going to continue the conversation because we're not finishing. We were
Yeah.
just
we're not finished. We're just trying to
I
come up with
generally-
what we're gonna do, and I'm gonna write a note, and then we can say, yeah, Dr. Go.
I was
really,
just corralling the stream back to our purpose, which is 1956.
here's what Dr. Go did to me.
What did you do?
One night I showed this really nice 81. What is that thing you have? It's a
Is it a Murata?
no, it's the same body as a Murata. It's a Chrysler LS.
Oh.
And it which is not like a Chevrolet LS, different. It's the name of a car, not the engine. But I had a bright red one on there because I really liked it. And I really liked that picture. So then I'm at No Name Nationals, and here comes the car. I'm like, whoa, look at that. Dr. Ghost driving it. And he didn't tell me. He surprised me that he actually had one. He was driving it. Then he took me for a ride in it. Then he took me down the drag strip, Cordoba LS.
Yeah.
And-
How dare you? Call
And it
that a
was just
Murata?
that was just a really cool car. And then I ended up in a big old crash. And we fit all the stuff in Kim's car, but it was like way overloaded. So we ended up putting the stuff in Dr. Go's car. So he ended up a lot of my stuff came back to Clarksville in Dr. Go's Cordoba LS. So that's like one of my favorite body styles ever. And there he is driving one. The same color I like. It was like I was so sure it was even the same car as I had the picture.
B&R Racing says 1974 is the last year before the dreadful catalytic converter. I didn't know it was 74. I thought 73.
75 was the first year with catalytic converters.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'd be happy doing 74. We didn't do 74 before, did we? I don't know. Anybody else want to do 74? Blue Grit says 79 or multiple year Indy Pace cars.
Pace?
We just do 74 OPEC oil embargo gas crisis. Oh my God.
It all went to hell.
I remember that like it was yesterday. And gas then, the gas station I worked in just before I went in the military had premium for $29.9 a gallon. That's 29 cents, 30 cents a gallon basically. And then that's kind of the way gas was. Then I'm in the Air Force and that oil embargo hit. Man, gas was up like to 50-something cents a gallon. We were like, no gas crisis in Mexico because it was a conjured up thing.
We've got 4 people. I think it's a unanimous vote for 74.
So everybody that I was working with go, before you know it, it'll be $1 a gallon. Well, here we are. Yeah, California is what, $5 a gallon or something? Never thought I'd see
We get
that.
off track, but
I know. So what? I'm telling a story.
This makes me think, though, of a story. Can I? It looks like 1974 is going to be the
Okay,
year.
everybody want to do 74? Can I see a pencil?
No. See? You can't see it. It's invisible. Can you see it? Can you see it? No, you can't. Yes, you can. It's on the screen. Here you go. So, in the early 80s, as a kid, we had science books because we were very scientific kids. My older brother, I, my dad, we were all very sciencey. We loved our science. So we had some big picture books because we were just kids. And this book that was published in probably like 1980 or 81, the science of oil production was that we were going to run out of oil. We were using it to make plastic and to burn in our automobiles, and we were just using it up. It came from dinosaurs. There was only so much. There was a finite amount, and we were going to use it all up, and it was never going to be any more oil, so we had to do something about this fossil fuel problem. And their estimates that we were going to run out of oil by the year 2000. It was coming. It was only like 20 years away that there was going to be no more oil. That was it. That was the entire reserve for the whole world. If we didn't stop using it. That's the science.
Okay, Mexican Spec, are you saying you sent more like
Facts
recently?
Don't care about your feelings. By the year 2000, there'll be no more gasoline, people. So you need to get on board with these electric cars, solar power, and wind farms.
I remember in the 60s getting Popular Science magazine, and all the politicians were saying we were headed for a new ice age and we were all going to die.
Ice age.
Ice age, yeah, we were going to be an ice age and we were going to kill everybody and no food and all.
And then it was global climate change, and then it was global
It's always
warming.
something. Okay, I want to ask Mexican.
They did fix the ozone layer, though.
Mexican Spec, did you send more like recently, or are these the more you sent earlier? I think that's the one you're after. The more you sent earlier. I know I haven't. There's a lot of pictures.
Wasn't
tonight.
the movie Highlander that fixed the ozone layer?
I don't know. Okay, here we go
All right.
with.
If I'm not
more.
careful, it becomes political rather than science.
With
so.
more. Okay, this is.
Oh, we're on topic finally again.
You're gonna have to fix a picture
I will
earlier. Okay,
fix the
yeah.
picture.
Mexican Spec, I am doing your earlier pictures. There's a lot here. So, drill baby drill. Drill, that's how I am. Drill.
Baby Drew.
Oh man. I think I hit coolant. No hood ornament. What did they call? Okay. Who remembers?
That's a hood ornament. I'm flying V.
I'm going to ask a question and see if any of you know the answer. Is that Pontiacs for many years had these strips on the hood and they came down like this. And there were all different designs of them. But Pontiac always had that up until, I don't know, mid-50s. What did they call that? This is like a 5-point question. What did they call that?
5 point. You heard it,
That
folks.
2-strip thing. I want to see if anybody knows, or I'm going to have to tell
That
the
is
story.
a nice looking car. Is that another one Mexican Spec
Mexican
has for
Spec,
sale?
56 Pontiac.
Wow. Mexican Spec, you don't have the license plate covered up in this picture.
Well, he always covers up the back picture. Oops. How am I? Yeah, you got to fix that. Man, Mexican Spec knew the answer. Waterfall. K. Nelson knows the answer. Oh boy, now we got 2 of them.
All right. We'll give Mexican Spec 5 because he was first. But K. Nelson, welcome to the stream, has not said another thing, jumped up, typed it in. You're getting 3 points.
Good job. Yeah, it's the waterfall.
For bringing it out.
It's a waterfall.
Silver Streaks, is that a real thing?
Silver Streaks. Where's that?
Lester LeSabres called them Silver Streaks.
No, what was Silver Streaks was something with Pontiac too, but the thing was called the waterfall.
Buddy Carafano says, or B&R Racing says, old man suspenders. Careful.
I didn't
Come out his nose.
Yeah. There are some little kids we used to babysit years ago, and little girls, and they'd start drinking soda, and I go, "Don't laugh, it'll come out your nose." And you know what happened? every one of those girls laugh and the foam comes out their nose. They'd be crying. That's a mean thing to do. And then they'd laugh more, because it did come out their nose. Okay, don't laugh, it'll come out your nose. Suspenders or sapenders.
I just remember in high school, I saw some kid, a whole carton of milk in his mouth at once. Somebody made him laugh at it. All. It was like a mass ejection of it. Okay,
Oh,
I'm sorry,
jeez.
that's gross. Okay, sorry.
My friend
Change the
Carl,
subject. Nope, don't
Carl,
say it.
the old friend I had with, the Mr.
It
Mopar
hurts
guy.
when soda comes out your nose. I'll bet it does. It stings.
We were, of course, a lot younger, and we were in my
They
radiator
like
shop.
the tingle.
And there was a catering truck used to come around about 10:30 in the morning. So that guy comes around, and I never ate breakfast, but I always ate a big sandwich off his truck. And Carl got a sandwich. Carl had just stopped by the shop for some reason. So he got a sandwich. He always got milk. And I always got, at the time, it wasn't Diet Coke. It was Tab, but basically the same thing. So there's my desk. I got a top up there where I talk to customers over the top of the sink. I got my Tab up there. He'd set his milk down there, and we're eating our sandwiches, and we're talking. Carl's not paying attention to what he's doing. And he reaches up there, and he takes a big swig, and he's expecting milk. But he gets Tab because she grabbed my drink. I didn't know what he's doing. All of a sudden, he just spit all over my floor. What's wrong? He goes, how can you drink this stuff? It's the same kind of thing. He rejected that. Oh, man.
You guys were talking about carb, and somebody said...
Yeah, Jay Leno
wait, I'm going back. The Jay Leno thing. And so, we don't get political generally, but when it is automotive adjacent, I think it's relevant that we can have some discussion. But do you guys think it's a good thing to do away with emission standards, or a bad thing?
You mean cars that are older cars? Because they're not getting rid of emission standards. They're getting rid of some of the stupidity over regulation. And I watched the guy, here we are in politics. I watched whoever he is, the new EPA guy, and he said, no, we have to have clean air. We have to have a clean environment. But this is way too many regulations, and we got to clean this up, which I think is, anyway, I don't really want to go anymore. In California, Jay Leno was talking about.
I think it should be an open topic that we're allowed to discuss.
I think it could go all over the place. Jay Leno wanted to get rid of it on older cars, which California did for a long time, and used to bump it up a year every year, and then they quit doing that.
They stopped doing that?
They stopped like at 73 or something. Jeez. Yeah, because like when Mexican Spec had a 74 Matador, you couldn't send it to California because of it couldn't meet the specs, and I think that's what it was, a 74, right? Mexican Spec.
I mean, they could have some standards, but I don't think they should hold them to.
Jay Leno is about as unpolitical as it gets.
Well, Jay Leno loves cars, so it's the thing that matters to him. It's close to his heart. It's close to his. It hits close to home. So, of all the things you should advocate for, it should be something that you care about, because it's not easy. Because people will wear you down. So it has to be something that you care about when you choose your battles.
Yeah, the 38 says they get rid of the DEF on diesels. That would be just fine with me. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe we got suckered into that one. We're buying, what, cattle urine? Putting it in our cars, our trucks. Okay, let's see here. Nixon says that buff all emissions tests will go bye-bye for all states. Yeah, I heard that. The EPA has no jurisdictions. Okay, so they're talking about jurisdictions and so forth. I am with the proposed Leno law. Steve Edwards says OBD 1 and down should be abolished. Okay, having those. I still think, I don't know how that is. Okay, anyway, Mexican Spec says if this is a 55, then never mind. That could be a 55.
B&R Racing says Bunky Newsom seen the 56 Pontiac hood garnish and called them old man suspenders.
Oh.
He hated them and ordered them gone for 1956. There's your history.
Okay. So, yeah, and Bunky Knudsen was a guy that was ended up being president of, he was Pontiac and then General Motors, and then eventually went to Ford, and he was president of Ford. He's the one that brought, I can never think of the guy's name, the Japanese guy that was the designer, Corvette guy, and then later Mustang guy, brought him with him. So Bunky Knudsen was around the auto in fact, his father was around the automotive industry, and Bunky Knudsen was too. And yeah, I didn't know he was the one that ended that. I'm glad he did, because I agree, he looked like crap. But I don't know. Some people like him. So anyway, so maybe that's a 55. So I still like it. So Mexican Spec showed a 55. Is that one of the cars you have for sale? Am I going backwards?
You did.
Yeah, I did. I went the wrong way. Sorry about that. Oh yeah, look at this thing.
I don't know enough about diesels to really understand the DEF thing. There's a lot of people that really hate it. I know it's expensive. It's hard to maintain. They had to change the way the engines run to make the DEF systems work, and a lot of people hate it. I don't know. That's up to somebody who knows about diesels to decide what's the right thing to do. And I don't like that politicians a lot of times make rules that don't make any sense based on science that isn't real. And I'd like people to make.
Okay.
I don't think there should be no rules.
He's not sure this is
Real
for
rules.
sale.
Okay. It might be old.
It was at one time.
Right.
Okay, so now I'm going to move on to. I'm going to start downloading more
It's
pictures.
a cool looking car, though. So thank you for sending it. We like it.
Yeah, I'm never turned down
It's
pictures
relevant.
of cars.
Yeah. What?
Oh, here we go. Buddy Carfano just sent in another one. This is one that I was talking about, hood ornaments, earlier.
Oh, that's a special one.
Okay, except we gotta. Yeah, that's a Pontiac hood ornament. You can see the waterfall, and that thing lights up. It was the Indian head, Pontiac Indian head. So that was what is this? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. BNR says I lost my place. BNR Racing, Mexican Spec later. What? Oh, later. I see. He's going to watch it later. I get it. Now I understand what's going on. I thought he meant he was leaving. Yeah, I remember hood ornaments like this when I was a kid, and they light up, and I thought that was really cool. Yeah, Larry Shinoda. Blue Grit got it. Larry Shinoda. I don't know why I can never think of his name. I should be able to think of that because I knew who that guy was forever. One of the great designers in the world. We had a whole thing on him last week sitting here. Larry Shinoda.
BNR says, I specialize at work in diesel emissions. See, they should be consulting with someone like you with what's real and practical. And I don't know that in all cases full deletes. Like, what's real and practical? What makes a difference and doesn't cripple our economy?
Aren't diesels like way more, a lot cleaner than they were even like 15 or 20 years ago? So, I don't know.
I was watching
You know what pisses people off? People rolling coal.
Oh yeah, don't do that.
That just like, if you got a diesel and you're not up to the specs and everything, or you're gonna go with something that's not so, don't go out and just like roll coal like up the middle of town and piss everybody off. Leave a big smoke trail. I mean, that's just looking for trouble. If you're going to do that, go somewhere where you got your buddies and that's all that's there, or do it at a drag strip or something like that. But man, like, don't roll through the middle. I saw people do that in Maryland, the main street where everybody is and all the stores and everything. They just fill the street with black smoke. You know, some a-hole does that and then everybody hates it, you know. So just use your head, you know, obviously.
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay, here we go with, what is this? That looks like a snowstorm. This is from Tim. Oh, maybe he just took this picture.
Oh, no, that's not what it looks like right now after being 70 degrees yesterday.
Tim, is this like a picture you
I'm so sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Oh, man.
Colorado. Yeah, BNR, every semi-truck used to roll coal. Yeah, but not as bad as some of
But
these.
they were working hard. They were getting the work done.
Those are big snowflakes.
I'm not even against a truck that rolls a little coal when it's pulling a heavy load up a grade. Like, it's working. You know, that's its job. Now, doing it just to make a big stink and I don't know, maybe that's a little harder to defend. But a big truck that's working, or like an off-road vehicle that's like
I can make.
hauling stuff around, like, hey, get used to it. You
I'm
know,
making
that's
I'm
what
making the
life.
snowflakes look bigger.
Oh man,
I mean, that's pretty nasty weather
that's
there.
like Hollywood snow there. Um, Mexican sex
Oh,
says the EPA said they might return the money they fined shops for removing the diesel systems.
yeah.
You're going to be hard pressed. They probably already spent that money, those jerks.
uh, Dr. Go says Tim is sending that snow to me. 10 inches plus expected here tomorrow.
Oh,
Man, I'm
man.
glad all that stuff's up north. Aren't you glad we're not living up north anymore? Because it's so we kind of leave that stuff up by the
Oh
lake and
gosh, I'm so
by the
glad.
Great Lakes.
Yeah, we got a little bit of snow this year, and I mean a little bit, and it was gone in a day or
Well, here
two.
like 2 inches is like huge
Yeah.
for
And in the
here.
dead of winter, it doesn't stick around for more than a couple days before it kind of warms back up.
It's sort of blurry because of 75-mile-an-hour wind. Yeah, you gotta make the shutter speed faster so you can get pictures of the flakes. The wind's blowing the snowflakes so fast it's faster than the camera can
Hi,
grab it.
Wendy. I see people saying
Oh,
hello, but
where's
I
Wendy?
didn't see you
Wendy,
pop
what
in.
happened? Where's Wendy? I
She's
missed her.
here. I think has already scrolled past. Patrick Sullivan says, and city buses. But the city bus is doing the work of multiple cars. So if you were going to put some
Yeah,
kind of
it's
restriction on it, consider the fact that it's hauling around a bunch of people who would otherwise be driving individual cars. Like the bus serves a purpose, and you need to qualify, like, oh, this bus is taking 10 people around, whereas this SUV is taking one person around. You know what I mean? So maybe it is putting out a little bit of pollution. Maybe people don't like it. And like Tim says, my Freightliner is tuned for miles per gallon. The black coal is just for show. Older trucks sometimes put out a little smoke. It happens. My big rig doesn't smoke. It doesn't need to smoke.
I
If the
remember.
engine is running properly, it's going to burn most of the fuel and you're not going to
Oh,
get a ton of smoke.
look who's
If
here.
it's working really hard, if you're carrying a full load, I'll bet it puts a little smoke out.
Shane's here.
Oh,
Slant
Professor
Lady Garage.
P from Slant Lady Garage.
Man, I just watched
Welcome to
your
the stream.
I just
What's up,
watched your
suckers?
I just watched your new video.
He's been lurking. I'll bet you he's working in the shop.
I just watched your new video of the I don't know what it was. It was a 340 or a 360, I think. But you redid all the oiling on it and put tubes in it and drilled and put plugs and all. And I watched every bit of that. And in fact, I backed it up a couple places so I understood it because I didn't understand it. And I back it up till I did understand it. Watch it again. Pretty good stuff. And if anybody wants to see Slant Daily Garage's videos, what to do with a small block Chrysler, yeah, watch that. It's good stuff, man. Uh, how to do that and not make mistakes.
My experience with diesel was I had like an 85-ish Volkswagen Rabbit diesel. It was a 4-cylinder. And the injection pump had an adjustment on it. And you could change how rich or lean it was. And when I leaned it down to where it got 42 miles to the gallon, it had to burn every tiny, tiny drop of that fuel to get going. And the acceleration was dismal. And if I cranked it way up where it was blowing black smoke,
Whoops. What
the whole
happened?
thing stunk. But man, it would smoke the tires with that little 4-cylinder diesel.
That was a mistake.
What was? Did you put up the
I
wrong
put up a
picture?
picture that I just clicked on something.
Was it naked ladies? Are
I
we in
didn't mean
trouble?
to I didn't mean to put a picture up. It
Dr. Go
just
says we have
happened.
equipment to move 10 inches of snow, so no real biggie. Yeah, well, up north, they're used to it. They're just eager to burn through that salt pile. And what else did we say about some stuff? B&R Racing says, when I started working on Mack semi-trucks in 1998, 28 years old, fire up a truck and the entire dealership inside was filled with black smoke soot in 30 seconds. I think we can do better. I think with turbochargers and, with computer systems, and I think they can extract a lot of power out of the diesel fuel and keep it within limits where it doesn't have to blow a bunch of coal.
Well,
don't-
the
right?
black smoke is unburned fuel.
Right. So we don't need to waste fuel. Why would anybody who's a working person who's trying to get the most miles and make their power, why would they want to blow a bunch of it out the stacks? It's fun for a minute. It's fun for when who's that guy? Zip ties and bias plies. Peg does it. He starts up his old thing with some Cosby sauce and blows a bunch of smoke, and it's epic. I like it, but really, in a practical working world, you don't want to be burning a bunch of excess fuel that you don't need to burn. So do better. Do the best you can with it, you know? But, people like it. Are you triggered? I don't know. I'm not really triggered. It's your money. It's your money. Just like when people burn tires. Like, yeah, it's fun, but is it really? Um, I don't I like doing but I like going to the burnout competitions. I love hearing the motor and seeing the
Yeah,
power. It's really impressive.
there's an example of something that's tearing something up, but
Is it
you
wasteful?
you
Yeah.
do it at a drag strip or a burnout contest, do that kind of you know what you're doing.
I don't know.
It's not like you do it every day pulling a hill.
But do we need the EPA to step in and regulate burnout
No,
contests?
no.
Please no.
I'm trying to find something, Kim, and
Mexican
I'm
Spec
struggling.
It has requested that we show the 78 Dodge he sent you.
Okay, I'll get to
He
it.
says he just found the truck, so I think it's just something he wants to tell people about. We can do that for Mexican Spec because he's
I will.
brand.
I will. I'm. You can see I'm staring at this a lot more than I am at that because there's a lot going on.
Old Macs are turbocharged.
Let's see what was there? Okay, I gotta find it.
Tim says his Freightliner has a 15-liter cat with twin turbos at 550 horsepower. That truck can put in some real work. It can cover the miles.
This is not what I want to do.
Million-mile trucks.
Well, that's a picture that I didn't mean to put up. It's a pretty cool picture because it's one-eyed cat.
30,000 PSI now? What? I have to go to 200,000 PSI diesel injection, Kim. Whoa.
This operating system sucks.
I'm sorry. He's struggling because this is my old computer.
This is her old computer, and trying to find files and stuff is just misery.
You can change the view so you can see thumbnails. I'm sorry, everybody. We're struggling a little bit with some pictures. I'll just keep talking.
Keep talking while I try to find stuff. That's not that one.
Let's see. Put up some Florida beach pics. I'm cold, says Tim. Mexican Spec asks how much torque. How big of a load of produce? Think watermelons. Those things are heavy. There's hungry people and they need their watermelons. So it takes big diesel power to haul those watermelons across the country to where people are hungry and they need them big, juicy melons. Everybody needs big, juicy melons in their life. And it takes big, manly diesel trucks or big... I don't know. I'm getting off track. But I'm saying, what kind of load? You need power.
I do requests here sometimes. And I finally found the file I downloaded.
Okay.
And it was Tim. Tim asked for, he requested, what did he request?
Soak up the sun, folks.
What did he request?
Florida pictures.
Florida beach pictures.
Warm us up.
So there we are, Florida beach.
There you go.
Pictures.
Imagine a nice evening beach bonfire burning. How nice that is. The water is so warm that you step into it and it just feels like a bath flowing past you. That sounds nice.
Now I'm trying to get to more pictures that people sent in. There's a lot of them tonight, so that's why I'm not showing everything right away. I'm trying to get to it all. And there's a lot of stuff here.
See, in response, 38 Racing says 30,000 pounds of bananas or 45,000 pounds of produce.
What was the
So
one?
anybody who's complaining about the rolling coal, how are you going to move that much stuff without the power and torque and longevity of a good diesel engine. You cannot cripple our economy. People will literally starve if you do not move your produce.
What was it?
The nation depends on it. Rolling some coal is like flexing the muscles.
Okay, Mexican Spec asked for something, and I'm trying to find it out.
Okay. It's off the screen, but I'll bring it back.
Yeah, because
He was talking about a new truck that he has listed, 78 Dodge pickup truck he sent you a picture of, that he was hoping that we would get on the stream before it gets too late. We're past 2.5 hours.
There's a lot.
See, here. Junkyard D understands. We all need big juicy melons in
a lot
fresh
tonight.
Fresh, vine ripened.
Oh, here it is. I found it. Okay, I got to download these pictures. Okay, Mexican Spec, I found it. I had a lot of email tonight, so I've missed some of some people's emails, and I've still got another Buddy Carafano one that just came in, and I'm getting to them. It's just there's a lot. Just special request. Mexican Spec wanted this.
Yeah, all these long haul diesel trucks that they're crippling by putting stuff that really doesn't work on it to try and meet standards that it only holds up for a couple of years, and then now you're in a big problem with a truck that isn't really very useful. Okay. That's the wealth of our nation you're tampering with.
Let's get back on subject here.
Sorry. I think it's an important topic.
Okay.
That's why we talked about it. All right, we're on to, this is another Mexican Spec vehicle. I am guessing that he's asking us to show it because it's for sale.
78 Dodge with the hood I like. What do they call that hood? Bird bath hood?
The bird bath hood. And it's got the tin grill. I love the tin grill.
I like that grill. I like all that.
Single headlight.
But it is.
Oh, it's a carry-all.
Yep.
So a lot of people have requested these. They're not something you got in the United States. The closest thing you got in the United States was the Ram Charger, but it was a shorter thing. So this is kind of a special thing from 1978.
And I watched that Mexican Spec. TK said one truck today put out the emissions of 50 trucks in 1988. And it's pretty darn good, isn't it? Okay, so Luis says he thinks it's a 77. Mexican Spec says it's a 78, so it's one of his cars.
He would know.
It's for sale. Long wheelbase, carry-all. It has a 225 slant 6, but it smokes.
Well, that's all right. A lot of people with a big vehicle like that would want to go with like a smaller V8 at least.
Or these things rebuild real nice.
They do. They're good engines, and they'll go for a long time after. You know what else is? If this is from the late 70s, it might just need valve seals. They're not too hard to do. You don't even have to take the cylinder out to do the valve seals.
Mexican Spec says it is a 77. Oh yeah, it does say 77 here. I thought he said, what the heck, Mexican Spec?
And
honestly, put two different names on this?
Mexican Spec, yeah, we could rebuild the engine here cheaply. And, you know,
he wrote 78 here, but on the files, on the pictures, he wrote 77.
Oh, it is a 77. Okay.
Yep.
77 Dodge is a good truck.
Some I've noticed in Mexico, and Mexican Spec told me this is what happened, because he delivered a car, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, and the radiator was brass like this after he got it out of the radiator shop. So what we used to do is we clean the radiator all up. It'd be in my hot tank. It'd come out brass looking like this. We get all finished where you shoot it with black radiator paint. In Mexico, they don't do that. So like this one, you can see that it's been, that radiator's been gone through because it's natural color again. And I understand why they do that, because paint does have a little insulating property, but
on the tanks it wouldn't matter. But I wouldn't put.
Oh, what the heck! This thing just went nuts.
It does that for you. I wonder.
Occasionally it goes nuts.
Try not to get upset.
Occasionally it goes nuts. So
38 Racing asks if we've got our bread and milk for the snowstorm. Make sure you have your bread and milk.
We don't have a snowstorm.
And eggs. And eggs.
What the heck happened? Now it won't scroll at all.
A 408 stroker would be sweet in that. Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, it has the frame to support that kind of power. And
I'm gonna try.
That'd be a
there
heck
it
of a
is.
really nice thing to put together, and it doesn't look bad. It's very basic, but it would clean up really nice.
Man, you sit back there, you got no windows. I didn't know there was a seat back there.
That's a newer Ram Charger steering wheel. Oh yeah, they changed out the column. Well, it probably got a little wore out. Does it have a lot of miles, or didn't they tell you Mexican spec? But those, so these slant six engines, it's common for the little hoods on the valves to get fossilized and break off, and that will cause it to smoke a little bit, Mexican spec, or it might need do a compression test.
Luis is taking off. Take care. Thanks for being here.
The interior has a coating on it. I wasn't sure if it was a coating or if it was some kind of like carpeting or something like that. It's probably a good thing for sound deadening. Some kind of like, is it like bed liner or something like that?
These ones are pretty cool. The fuses are in the left side of the glove compartment. When you open them up, there's a fuse panel there. It's one of the few cars you can get at the fuses.
Oh yeah, it's right in the glove box. It's nice to have them up top.
Patrick Sullivan, you could read that one.
Patrick Sullivan says he had a 77 D100 old steel delivery truck. He swapped out the 727 torque flight trans in the dead of winter. The bed size would flap, knocked them off, put 2x10 flatbed on it. It's a good truck. They go and go and go and go. And then this one, you can expect as a Mexican truck that you've got a heck of a good base, no frame rot or nothing like that. If you're up in the wintry north, you would understand. You might have to fly to the border to pick it up, but Mexican spec will look at it, inspect it over. He could have work done that it might need in Mexico for real reasonable prices. He'll oversee the work, make sure it gets done properly, and make sure you get. And so, since we are not sponsored,
Okay, so
I'm just saying, you can work this, get in contact with Mexican Spec, and he can work out a deal if this is something you want. Or if you know somebody who's looking for something like this, definitely put them in contact with Mexican Spec. And we're looking forward to hearing Lester LeSaber's getting a car through Mexican Spec, and we're looking forward to hearing about that. We keep hearing about the work that's getting done, and it's some stuff that is really common. Like, you're never going to find a vehicle of this age that is perfect unless you're paying for perfect. I mean, but this is a really great base, and Mexican Spec will tell you what it's about, what you're getting.
Dr. Go says a 318 stroke. He's talking about all this stuff, stroke to 390 or 360 stroke to 408. Hey, Dr. Go, you've got that really nice Cordoba LS. Are you ever thinking about building an engine for that and doing a Cope transmission in it?
He did talk about, because he's gone and visited with Cope.
You know that car could really be something. I mean, it would be just
it already is something.
It would be a really nice car, and then it would turn into a really nice fast car. Man, yeah, I mean, that car that's a great car, you know.
Dr. Go says, I like the cargo capacity. You could pull a trailer and throw an air mattress in the back at the racetrack. Yeah, that's a camper. It's decent. I would 440 swap it. Well, you absolutely could. It's got the girth of the frame rails up there to house a 440 with no problems. And not everything has to be the biggest engine. But this is a heck of a utility vehicle.
Buddy Carfana sent this too. This is a car. Oops, can't see it well. I'm gonna need your help.
Oh, my bad. I was trying to sell Mexican Spec's car. I don't know why. I gotta get on commission.
Well, Buddy Carfana sent this in. It says 56 glass top Crown Victoria, but it's not. It's a 55. You can tell by the chrome strip and by the grill is different. I can see that, but they're very, very, very similar cars. And these Crown Victorias with the glass tops, you always see pictures of these things, but I have never seen one in person. I've seen you're trying to get them off.
Right through my fingers.
The 56 and 55, 56 Ford Crown Victorias. I used to see those around when I was a kid, but one with a glass roof, man, those are rare. But
It's a glass roof. Does it come off or is it just
no,
fixed?
and it's actually plexiglass. And a friend of mine had a 54 Mercury that had one of those glass roofs, and it had like checks, like little cracks all over that thing because it
Age.
was plexiglass and it was formed that had been in the sun for 20 something years at the time. But yeah, I mean, I know they made them. Something else Ford did in the 50s, I think it was 50, I was like 52 or maybe 53, somewhere in there. They had a glass, they had two glass panels in the hood so you could see the engine. And those cars were built for dealers to have on display. But eventually the dealers sold them. So there's a few of those things running around with glass. They're actually plastic panels in the hoods, but those things, they're even more rare than these things are.
Ultra rare.
Yeah.
Mexican Spec says he can get a really nice paint job done for about $2,500 US. Yeah, because Mexico. Yep.
Dr. Go says you're right about the hard and cracking valve seals. Mine used to smoke before I got those seals replaced. Would smoke big time at startup. Is that, what engine's that?
I was talking about slant six and
Oh, yeah,
valve
because the
seals.
slant, oh yeah, they do
But all
that.
the
They
all
do
the
that.
Mopars from the 70s absolutely are subject to that kind of deterioration. And it might be, you might get into it and realize it needs guides and rings and stuff like that. That's what I found out in my Slant 6. But the cost of a rebuild on a running engine like that you already know is like, it's fine. It just has some wear and it needs a refresh. Is not that bad. In Mexico, now here in the United States, it's prohibitive. If you can't do it yourself, you better just find a different car because it's crazy, the costs. But I think Mexico they have people who do that kind of thing.
Yeah, and Les the Saber asked a question. Mexican Spec answered it. Says, why does everyone add fender skirts and Continental kits? That car didn't have originally. Actually, they did, but it was like a dealer option or something. But maybe the fender skirts weren't. But there weren't many of them. And I remember when I was a kid, every once in a while I'd see one of those. I hated those things. The
It
fender
was
skirts I thought looked like crap, and I really disliked them. And you could buy like from J.C. Whitney, you could buy chrome fender skirts, which to me looked even
well,
worse.
I'll bet it was the generation before you
And
that had a picture that was a cool car in their mind.
well, and I think that's what it is people now think that's what it was then. Oh, this
Maybe.
is it. This is it.
Who sent that?
Buddy Carfano.
Did he send it before you said that?
No, he sent it afterwards.
Buddy, you get 2 points.
But it was 1954.
Throw it up
And
there.
it wasn't two, it was one. I was thinking it was two pieces. But look at that. That was a
That's a
was a
1954.
that was yeah, and that was the first year for the overhead valve for the Y block.
That's cool.
So
That was
they
smart
were
marketing.
they were for dealers to have on display. But eventually they were sold. There weren't many of them out there. But buddy, thank you. Now you know I'm not just full of crap. It really was a thing like that. He sure found that in a hurry. Let's see.
Dr. Go's got a 318. You can build a really good 318.
Man,
If you give it good head flow, you can make a 318 make a bunch of power economically. But there's labor involved. But you could do it. I was comparing the Magnum heads to the LA heads and the Magnum heads, the raw castings, they're so much nicer. There's so much better flow for the exhaust and stuff like that. I think they have a little bit bigger valves, but the valve train oiling is different, so it's not a direct swap. But man, they're very similar, But if you could bring your LA head up to Magnum design specifications, man, that 318 will make a bunch of power.
Crash's Roadrunner Garage is taking off.
Thanks for being here, Crash. We've been here, going on 3 hours. So I understand. Can't all stay all night.
But yeah, we do long
We do
lives.
we do
really
this
long
one
lives.
night a week. The other nights we are not so focused. So, but we appreciate people who stop in for a little while. You don't have to be here the whole time.
30 seconds to ads. So what I'll do,
I'm gonna keep going.
at the ads, what I do is she just talks through them.
Okay.
I give it like 10 or 15 seconds for people to click out of them, so they.
Before it goes away, B&R Racing says, I was talking to a friend last night. His close buddy I know, they race Pontiac V8s, and he has one being built. Costs went up $13K of labor. Labor. Not parts. Is that just labor? God damn.
Jesus, Cam. Well,
I'm
there's
sorry,
another one.
13K. But if you think about it, a month, running a shop for a month, you could spend 13K in rent and all your expenses to keep the place going. I mean, costs are astronomical here.
I've clicked on one of the
Oh, that's
other
nice.
one. There are more.
That's
of
a
those.
much better view than the front view of it. Cool.
Imagine going to a Ford dealer and looking at that and saying, "Oh yeah,
That's
there's."
cool.
I
That
can see
firewall's
that.
a little bland, though. They could have dressed it up a little. I don't know what you'd put there.
You can see the coil and the.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just cars were simple then. There's the first year of the Y block. That's pretty cool.
Dr. Go says, my brother loaned me his porting tools, and I have some spare cracked set of heads to practice on. Okay, Dr. Go. Here's the thing. If you have some heads that you know are bad, and you want to practice, what you want to do is you want to grind till you hit water. Just go.
Oh, so then you know where it is.
Absolutely. Go in the places where you think you want to grind and polish, and just don't even mess around with like, oh, I think this will smooth out. I mean, just really hit it hard, knowing you're going to destroy it, and just grind on the place you want. Just see how deep you can go before you hit water, but not on just one, because cores can shift. So you don't want to, you want to really, like both ends and the middle, the same spot, just grind till you hit water. And then you will know. That's how you get good at porting.
Well,
Fail a couple
now
times.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
When you were porting the first, it's the engine. It's the head that's on the my 72 Valiant.
Yeah.
The slant six. You did the porting on it, and we did a video, and you were saying, okay, back here's water jack. You got to be careful, and you're explaining the whole thing. So how did you learn that? Did you get an old head and do that, or did somebody teach you that, or how did you know where all that stuff was?
All those things. I looked at photographs of cutaways. People took like a bandsaw and just cut the head so that you could see cross sections and see what the castings were made like. And then I got a head. I bought a head from somebody that was ported, and I took it apart and looked at it. And then I had a head, and I made porting and blending. And I had other friends, because I did Slant 6 racing. So I had other friends critique my work. They looked at it. Like, I didn't put it on the car. I left it, and I took it to events, and I showed it to people. And they said, oh, well, you can get more here. Or, you don't want to go there. Like, I was like, well, should I do that? No, don't do that. And then I nick a seat, and it was ruined. And they were like, yeah, if you do that, now you got to send it away to get it. And I'm like, oh, right. But I learned. If you're too timid and you're too scared to ruin it, you're not going to do the best work because you're timid, which makes sense. So
well, you did my Valiant.
I felt confident that I wasn't going to hurt it.
And then when you did the head for your Dart, another Slant 6,
much better work.
You told me you did much better work.
Yeah.
You did better. Of course, every one you do is going to be better. So,
but see, the worst part of it is I don't have a flow bench, and I can't really rate my work based on real numbers. That's the thing that I kind of hate the most. And we've never even taken the cars down the track to see how the engines perform. I would love to be able to have back-to-back comparisons. The best I've ever had is seat of the pants comparisons, but not on the same. It's tough. You really have to be dedicated to learn how to do these kinds of things. Home porting jobs, you're just going to get just a fraction of what might be available there, especially on an engine like the Slant 6, where you know that the cylinder head and the flow is the limit. It is the bottleneck. We know it is with the Slant 6. So that's where it comes in. And there is no other head available for the Slant 6. That's like a crippling problem. There was never an aluminum head that was available. There's no, even the better combustion chamber, it's about the same. It's marginal difference. So that's why when we talk about porting the Slant 6, it's so relevant to the Slant 6 because, you can buy aluminum heads for an LA.
And you can buy all kinds of cool heads for a lot of engines, but not the Slant 6, yeah. Raw Dog's here. Good evening. Sorry, I was just getting here. I was at a car meet up with some of the people around town and hung out with my 2 girl besties. So sorry I'm late. Oh, it's fine. We're here for a long time. People come in, people come, people go. It's a good thing. Oh, Sean O'Brien says the same with his 2.6 liter. Yeah, that's probably the case.
What, that there's no aftermarket head available and the limiting factor is the cylinder head. And see, if someone gave me the head from a 2.6 liter, I would be timid because I wouldn't want to mess it up, and I don't know, really know what's going on. I don't know the wall thicknesses. I don't know how it was cast, but on the Slant 6, I've just been around it a bunch of times. And I've been around people who had been around it, who could critique. You can't, confidence comes from experience. If you're confident but you don't know what you're doing, then you're just foolish, right? So it comes from experience. You've got to experience. And a great way to get experience is to fail. If you've never failed, you probably haven't done very much. Because successful people just know how to stumble through failures and move forward. Mexican Spec asks, Buff, I just sent you pics of a 68 Valiant hardtop for Junkyard D2C.
I just downloaded them.
Great. We'll show those pictures, Mexican Spec. Are they also?
You're going to have to fix this.
Are they also on your Instagram at Mexican Spec at Instagram.com? There's another Slant 6
You're going to have to zoom
car.
out. You're going to have to zoom out a little.
Zoom out? Why? What is there to see that I'm not sure?
I don't know. Maybe that is good. I don't know.
I think that's about right. That looks like a...
Look at that air cleaner.
Pre-68. What year is it? What year did Mexican Spec say?
I think he said 68.
68. It isn't too long after that they changed.
See, but you see what they got here. They've got a 2-door. That's one we didn't get here. Look at the roof line. Look at the it's a hard top. There's no. It's not a pillared sedan. It's a hard top. But
okay.
And it has different wheel covers. We didn't get those. That's a very different car.
Mexican Spec unique car. It does look like all different pieces of different cars, though. It doesn't look like any one part of it. It's something I haven't seen. Because like my 72
But that top was
Dart had those windows that roll down like that.
But it has... But they had a post.
No, there was no post on the 72.
Then it was the fastback top.
It was a different top, yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
That's
like a Valiant back window.
This is the back window and the C pillar, like my 4-door, only it's shorter 2-door, and it's a hardtop. That's really cool. Yeah, I did. I noticed the wheel covers. Somebody put a floor shifter on it. Or maybe that was there. I don't know.
Oh, Sean O'Brien says, my last few videos are literally about hitting the head stud hole in my exhaust port. Oh, you've been
Oh,
doing
no.
porting and I haven't been watching your videos. Damn, I want to see it. I'm going to watch now, Sean O'Brien. I'm sorry that I am... Oh, do you have a fix for it, Sean O'Brien? I know and felt it was thin, but the last little bit in the wrong tool. Yeah, well,
That's, I've done things, not porting, but I've done things where it's like, man, I should have quit when I was ahead.
can you recover? Can you recover? Can you sleeve the drill the stud hole and then sleeve it, and that will seal it from exhaust, and it'll be okay. Drill and sleeve the hole,
Oh, what was that?
and you can recover. If you didn't hit water, it's easier to fix. Hitting water is rough because then it's pressurized.
Buddy Carfano sent in.
Tim, take a semi-car hauler of several cars for paint jobs for Mexican spec. I think that there's a lot of transportation costs there, but it's probably still cheaper. I don't know if you can do that in bulk. So, okay, my concern of taking some things to Mexico, like, will you get them back? That
Well,
scares me a little.
And like Mexican Spec says, he doesn't have room for a bunch of cars, you know.
Mexican spec's like, no.
Blue Gray Kim, at least with the Slant 6, you have a bolt-on intake manifold, not the one piece. Yeah, I like the Ford 6. The small Ford 6 is what, that's right now. I'd like to pull the head off and port it. But the ports are small, and then the intake's part of it, and it's like, I think I'll just leave it alone.
I would love to have one of those cylinder heads just to play
Mess
with
it.
like have on the bench and really look at and see what I could do with it. But when other Ford guys say like, it's bad, it's like, well, they probably know better than I do. So I don't know.
So that's a 56 Dodge, Buddy Carfano. And then he sent in, I got to see this, 56 Ford wagon. Let's see here. He sent
Mexican
this in,
spec says I would take it back to the border on my trailer, Kim. Right, but I wouldn't trust doing it without someone like you.
Can you adjust this?
I would be worried, like, on my own, going, like, taking expensive parts to Mexico to have them chromed. I wouldn't just do that by myself. That sounds very intimidating. Maybe foolish, even.
This is a real strange car. They 56 Ford two-door wagons were mostly inexpensive cars. This is called the Park Lane, which is a top-of-the-line, like a Fairlane. Has a Fairlane chrome on it. Has all that chrome around the windows. I don't know what those hubcaps are all about, those wheel covers. Those are not stock. But it's like a top-of-the-line two-door wagon. There weren't many Park Lanes around. I remember seeing them once in a while. And then that little logo on the front fender up real... See, I'm kind of a 56 Ford guy, so I know this stuff. The logo up there in the front, that red thing, that means it's a Thunderbird engine, which is what Ford called the 292 four barrels and the 312 four barrels. So it has one of those two engines in it, or it did originally anyway. So that's a unusual car, but they came that way from the factory, except for the wheel covers. Pretty cool. Blesto Sabre supercharged Z7 206 buff. Man, I got a turbo sitting there that Kim's got her eyes on, but I've thought about it. But that car, I want it to cruise down the highway, and I want to go places with it. The only time I want to race is with it. I'd like to race her Slant at No Name Nationals because I think it'd just be fun just to do it. But I kind of like it the way it is right now.
Yeah, it's simple.
It's simple.
Yeah.
It's simple. And there's something to be said for that.
He's going to take some time to enjoy it, and we'll go from there. If he feels like, oh man, it's just a slug, we'll put 5 pounds or 10 pounds of boost on it. It'll make a difference, and it probably won't hurt it a bit.
It's going to be my daily driver.
Yeah. We want it to be just easy.
And the other thing,
straightforward.
I'm 71 years old. I got some, like most guys that are 71, I got some little health issues here and there. And, I don't know how long I'm going to be around. I don't really want to take my daily driver around and make it into a year-long project, and I could do that real easy. And I kind of want to keep it as a daily driver.
The other thing
There's
is,
other cars around here I can chop up and have fun
yes,
with, you know. So
yes. And we really talked about the Valiant, making the Valiant into a Ute.
the Valiant,
And then we have the
oh my God.
the little car we want to make into aluminum cars.
Yeah, we've got two major bodywork cars coming up, which are the aluminum car
We're trying to get
and the Valiant.
refocused, not as a beyond classic car repair into automotive customization. Like that's our goal, but it's really taken time because his car got ruined and we replaced it with something that needed some work, but that we're working out. Last year we focused on my classic car, and you know we're moving in a direction. But a couple nights a week we spend 4 hours talking to our friends instead of working on it, so it slows it down. But that's okay. It's okay. It's about the content. It's about being entertaining, not about necessarily getting stuff done all the time.
Buddy Carfano sent
It's about
this in.
the journey.
Buddy Carfano sent this in. He says 56 motorhome.
Sweet.
Well, I look at it. It says 56 Chevrolet, but it isn't. It's a 55. So I don't know who wrote that. But I used to see stuff like this with Cadillacs. I've never seen it with a Chevy before.
Man.
Somebody made a motorhome out of it. And that motorhome, that back is much newer than 55. So somebody grafted that on there probably in the 70s.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's something. Neurontics is here. Hello. But somebody else said something back here ways. Oh, Mexican Spec said those were not wheel covers on that 56. Oh, Buddy Carfano asked, what color is your 56 wagon? I assume he's talking to me. Okay. I had several 56 Ford wagons. My father bought a new 4-door, red and white, 6-passenger Country Squire. The 6-passenger Country Squire did not have the Fairlane chrome on it. It had the custom line chrome on it. And the 9-passenger wagon had the Fairlane chrome on it, which is kind of weird. That the back seat came with the other, you know, the third row came with the other chrome. But it was a country sedan, 6-passenger, red and white. Now I also had kind of a pinkish orange colored 2-door, bottom of the line ranch wagon, 56 Ford. And then I had a red, just red, with no other color. Same thing, bottom of the line 56 Ford 2-door wagon. I'm thinking all my other wagons were 57s. But, and that second 56 Ford wagon I had, I know it was a repaint, but I think it was probably red to begin with. And I don't remember why I think that. Maybe under the spare tire area or something, maybe it was red under there. But obviously it was not a 56 Ford color. It was just some bright red that was getting old and kind of chalky looking. And somebody had put a Chrysler seat in it, so it was set all wrong in there. It's kind of a funny feeling. It had a 6-cylinder 3 on the column. My other ones were, my dad's was a 292 automatic, Ford-O-Matic, original stuff. My 56 that I drove a lot, the kind of pinkish orange looking colored thing, it had a 289 and a C4 that I'd taken out of a wrecked Mustang.
Neurontics, welcome to the stream. We're talking about cars. And 1956 is the topic for the night, but we always are interested in viewer rides and projects. And yeah, we're all over the map, but we're just trying to have a good time. Sean O'Brien is telling me about his head is aluminum, which is easier but dangerous because it's easy to go too far too fast. And it sounds like he's having a problem. He says he's using a 1/4-inch handheld grinder with an 8-inch shank, but it made the cutting head swing wildly and bend from too much RPM. Yeah, you're going to have to get something that's a little more tame, or maybe use, like, instead of a grinding burr, you might want to switch down to the paper burrs for aluminum. But it says he was talking about brazing it to seal it up. You probably don't need to. A very thin sleeve will divert the exhaust. It'll still have to go. Is your turbo? I don't know how much pressure your manifold builds, but
Can you
exhaust
zoom
is
in a
not
little?
going to want to. Exhaust is not going to want to come up through a head stud hole. I think you probably do not need to worry about brazing too much. If you get a tight sleeve in there, you're probably good. Although obviously I am not an expert on this, but I'm thinking I would just almost a the thinnest sleeve of the right size, drill up one size, put that thin sleeve in that stud hole, leave the sleeve exposed in the exhaust port, you're golden in my mind.
So Buddy Carafano sent this. This this is a 56 9-passenger wagon, has a third row seat in it. And you can tell because it has the Fairlane chrome. The Fairlane chrome is the stuff that has those chrome pieces that go up on the top of the fenders like the Crown Victorias did. The custom line chrome doesn't go up on top of the fenders. It's different stuff. I can tell you a lot about this car. Man, my father had the exhaust dump out like that. That's not stock dump out at the corners like that. My father did that. And he had glass packs on it. I don't know why he had glass packs. He didn't like noisy cars, but I don't know. I think it's the guy at the muffler shop liked them. So it had a pretty good sound to it. And then I don't know what these wheel covers are. Those are has some kind of beauty rims on it. I don't know what those wheel covers are. Kind of weird. Somebody put a power steering hose on this one and they didn't install it right, so it's hanging down below. I can see that. The it has a little tiny Ford emblem on the front of the hood, which is same thing as the Fairlane. It's got some aftermarket like things at the top of the windows that people used to put those on the cars back then. That's not Ford. And it has a fender skirts on it, which a lot of the Fairlane, the upper level Fords had. So yeah, and it has a Thunderbird engine, which is either a 292 or 312 because it has that logo on the front. But that's what my dad bought. It's a different chrome, but red and white 56 Ford. I remember the day he bought it, it was a brand new car. I was almost 3. And he held me up with the hood open, and that was the first time I ever saw an air cleaner. It looked this big around. But as I got older, the air cleaner looked smaller as I got bigger. Yeah, Terry Mott says, that's funny. My dad put glass packs on a 69 Ford wagon. I don't know why my dad did that. It has to be the guy at the gas station that put them, or maybe muffler shop that put them on. But it had a noise to it that I thought sounded really cool. And of course, you know what happens with glass packs, especially the old ones. As time goes on, it starts to burn the glass out, and they become kind of like straight through pipes. They get louder and louder, and then you replace them again. But I remember that. I remember looking under the car, and they were blue, tubular-looking mufflers. I was a little kid, had to crawl under the car when nobody was looking, you know.
Sean O'Brien asks, when tuning your idle, do you start with best timing or fuel needle? I always start with timing.
Who is this? It says use shorter shank burr. Double cut burrs can be used on aluminum. Dip the burr in ATF transmission fluid. Cut smooth, clean.
B&R dropping the porting knowledge. Thank you, B&R.
Raw Dog's asking about a 39 Ford Deluxe Coupe. I don't know how that came up.
Raw Dog isn't always on topic, but I'll look him
but
up.
you can look it up. Yeah,
I'll look it up.
I see something there that looks really cool.
I know. Well,
look at that 56. Go back. See that gray car right there? Oh, we went to black screen.
Well, I'm getting the gray car.
I just like it when you
talk about something.
I know. I didn't expect it to go black. I expected just a flip from it. See that up there in the upper right hand corner? That gray 56 Citroen Traction Avant. I had a friend that was from. I didn't know they made those all the way up to 56. I thought they were done about 55 or 54. I had a friend that lived in New Zealand. He had dual citizenship, so he used to come back and forth. So he was in New Zealand one time, and he came back, and he brought his Citroen Traction Avant back with him. And I rode in it, of course, from New Zealand. It was right-hand drive. He's driving around the U.S., so he's sitting over on the side, and he's sitting on the right side. I'm sitting on the left side, and man, there I am at the glove compartment and going down the highway on the left side of the car. I felt like I should have a steering wheel. But I like that car. It's a really nice car to ride around in. But anyway, 39 Ford. We're gonna do request here with Raw Dog. 39 Ford Deluxe Coupe. Kim, I'm sorry, I saw that and I had to comment on it.
Okay.
I had to comment on it
I understand.
because it's such a cool 56 car.
I had brought that up hours ago.
But I thought I just saw it now. And then
There's so much good chat happening. I'm reading the chat.
I know you're paying attention to the chat, and I'm paying more attention to all these emails I got.
We usually don't go so old as a 39 because it's not accessible to most people to work on as a project. Boy, this looks like that Willis.
Oh my dad had
reminiscent of the Willis, don't you think?
My dad's first car was just like that black one there. That black one right there at that one. My father had one of those. It was his first car, and he got that in either 1950 or 51. So it was like 11 or 12-year-old car. And my mother always told me it was a 39 Ford. My father always told me it was a 39 Ford. And there was a picture of it somewhere from the back when it had a big dent in one of the fenders in the back. And then later, my father told me he thought it was a Mercury. So he could have had a 39 Mercury or a 39 Ford. But man, I remember when I was a little kid, they both told me it was a 39 Ford. So I'm thinking it was a 39 Ford. But that's what it looked like, exactly like that black one there. That was his first car.
Mexican Spec says Scott from Cold War Motors has one of those traction Avants.
Really?
Yeah, and he says something about Henry Ford. Yeah, Henry Ford has some history doesn't sound very good. I don't know. But I don't know if you can, like, Ford has come a long way since, just like Volkswagen has some nefarious origins, but I don't know that they're still spouting hateful things all this time later, even though the company name is different.
Okay. This one I just put up.
Yes.
This came from.
Whoa. What am I doing? I'm getting the wrong thing.
This came from 38 Racing.
Ray,
yeah.
Is he working on this?
He says this is current project. Oh. He says, I hope you get to see this one in person. It's a 93 S10 with a 5.3 Chevy V8. And there's more pictures, so I should be able to pull up more pictures.
5.3 is a 305, right?
I think it's an LS.
Oh, it's an LS.
It's an LS. I'm going to... they can see that plenty good enough the way it is. Yeah, look at that thing.
Yeah. It's an iron block, aluminum heads.
That's going to be a fast thing.
That should make some horsepowers. Got the chrome headers. Very nice.
And
it's the wiring that makes LSs difficult.
Those trucks never had V8s in them, so that thing's going to be...
Oh, yeah, that's lots of power for a
5.3. What does the 5.3 come out to? Oop. Kim just bumped the table and knocked it silly. 5.3, I don't know how many cubic inches that is. I'll have to think about that. It's not like a 327 Chevy. It's an LS, so it could be 327, but it wouldn't be the 327.
Olive was talking about the old air cleaners were full of oil. And I'm sorry, we missed the entire conversation. I apologize, everyone. I can't even go back. But I'm not ignoring anybody. Please excuse us if we aren't able to follow all of chat's conversations. We love that you're here. We encourage conversations. And yeah, it's not a personal thing. Sometimes I just go in too many directions.
Hippie Long has a question I want to answer.
Yeah.
Buff and or Kim. Do you have a P.O. box or safe mailing address? How do we send you stuff? Okay, send me an email. I guess just remind me in an email that you want that. I can't think of my P.O. box number.
You have a P.O. box.
Off the top of my head, I just can't pull it out, so I don't want to give you the wrong one. Because I only go out there every once in a while.
Yeah, if you're going to send us something, you better let us know, because we don't check the P.O. box.
So I'll send you the P.O. box number by email, and then I'll have to memorize it so I can do it.
You should put it up on the channel somewhere, like in a community post, so people can find it if they want to look for it.
So the reason I can't give it to you right now is because my dead brain is like... How often? When I go in there to my P.O. box, there's all these P.O. boxes, but mine's down at the end of like a hallway, so it's not very wide right there, and it's right in front of my face. It's that box, and I know how to get to it. but I don't necessarily know the number. When I stick the key in, it opens, so I know it's mine. I need to memorize that. So yeah, send me a reminder email.
Miss One-Eyed Cat is still here. She was cooking. Well,
And,
welcome back. Thanks for being here. Toys is here. Welcome to the stream. Glad you made it. We're 3.5 hours in almost. 38 Racing says that the 5.3 is a 325, 327 equivalent engine. That's awesome.
Yeah. BNR says 324. 38 says 325. Of course, they go by liters, so it's like somewhere in there.
The thing that intimidates me about the LS swaps is the wiring, because you don't even just need to wire the engine, you also have to wire the transmission, because the modern Chevy transmissions are electronic as well. So there's a bunch of wiring that's involved. And since I've never done it, that intimidates me.
This is what gets me about the LS. I don't have one single part for an LS. So if I were to go to something with an LS, I'm starting fresh. And that's kind of sad too, because the other engine I'm like that is with the small block Fords. I always had 289s, 302s, 351 Windsors. They were all over the place. All kinds of parts. Well, that's all gone. It's been 35 years since I did that. So if I ever want to build another small block Ford, it's going to be the same thing. Start fresh, not one single part for one. So I don't know. People have talked to me about that with my Zephyr. It's like, I just have nothing. I have more stuff for the 6-cylinder. The only thing I have for the 6-cylinder is what's under the hood, you know.
Dr. Goes has many S10s and Fox bodies at the ice drag cars have the 5.3 LS swaps, and they move. Yeah, that engine makes a lot of power. Chevy did a great job with the LS engines. And the problems that the LS engines have are usually after they've been a bunch of miles on them. I don't think there's anything intrinsically horrible about the LS platform. It's a Chevy engine.
Buddy Carfano's putting our address up there. Buff's address is 1313 Mockingbird Lane. Do not send anything. I don't even know if there's a Mockingbird Lane here.
No.
You send something there, it's coming back.
Do you know what that's from? 1313?
No, I don't know what that is.
I don't remember either, but it's some movie maybe.
It's some movie. Okay. Yeah, Mexican Spec says close to 327. It sure is. In fact, if you were doing the, just not converting it from 5.3, if you were actually take the bore and stroke in inches, it might be 327.
Lester LeSabre says it's 323.8.
Well, that would be if it's exactly 5.3 liters. Yeah. Man, we're getting a lot more stuff here.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and Hippie Long sent the email for the P.O. box. So good.
I'll remember
that now. I'll remember.
38 Racing says there won't be anything done internally on that engine. Wiring it out. If it shells, oh well. I mean, it depends how hard you push it. It depends on how hard you push it. But it will be a tire burner, and that will be cool to see. It looks like you've got it fitted in there. Is it bolted down yet? Or is it just setting in there, mock-up?
Man, my Cougar sat there in the 2x4 and 4x4 stage for a long time when I put that 327 in, because I lost interest in it for about 6 months, and it just sat there like that. And then one day I just said, I'm going to do it. And I went in there and got it done. This is a picture that Buddy Carfano sent. Don't know why he sent it, but it's one of these things with the hardtop that goes down, but that's a 57, so I don't know why.
Well,
we got a 57, but it's
awfully close.
One of those interesting things.
They were thinking about it a lot in 56, I'm sure.
It's got like, what, 12 motors and all this commotion going on. Yeah, I didn't really like those things because they were so complicated. But it was pretty cool. They did it, you know.
38 Racing says it's still in the mock-up stage. Well, you made it fit between the wheels. That's a start. Figure out how to bolt it down, and then a lot of wiring.
Power Toys came in here. I was going to say hi, and I got mixed up. You already did? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, because I'm so paying attention to the email because we've had a lot of it tonight.
Oh, that's the dress for the Munsters. Is the 13,
they said
they
said the Munsters. The Munsters or the Addams Family. It's the Munsters. Okay. Man, the Addams Family. That's the one I liked. What was it? That thing that used to grab the hand that was in the box? Thing. there was a toy you could get, and it was a piggy bank, and you put a quarter there, and the hand would come up and grab the quarter and snatch it, put it in the box. Did you ever see one of those?
Yeah.
Silly stuff.
Cute.
Uh,
Maximus Pez Buff, I just saw a short video of an old Chips episode with a 67 Cougar with flames. I am not sure what is worse, that or yours with the Chevy engine.
what? Who said this, man?
Mexican's back.
Oh yeah, he didn't like.
He doesn't like your Cougar.
There's a lot of people don't like mixed up engines and bodies and stuff, but I've got that 350 Chevy sitting there, and that turbo 350, and I've thought many, many, many times about putting it in this car. And that thing would go good. It'd fit. The pan's in the back. There's room. The sump and the pan's in the back. I've looked at it, and I thought, it's going to be a lot of work, and that car would be down for a while. But I probably won't do that. That engine was earmarked for the Studebaker, for my 61 Studebaker.
38 Racing's hard at work. He says, Kim, I drove it in the shop last Thursday with the V6.
Oh.
So he's already got the engines, the whole front end
So
off, the
V6
engine out, and he's got that engine crammed in there to check for spacing. Weld up some motor mounts, wire it down, and you're golden. Who cares if it has exhaust?
Well, I missed something here. It scrolled away.
Uh,
Can you scroll up just like one?
no.
No.
If you miss it, you miss it. That's what you get for talking.
There. Okay, scroll back. I see it. Raw Dog asks about a 53.
Do they have a 56? Because we're on
53.
tonight.
Well, yeah, but let's.
The 53
I want
is
to make
different?
a comment on the 53. 53 Studebaker, because that car was like 10, 15 years ahead of itself. And it didn't really sell that well. Look at that. Look at that blue car right there. Or the 53 Studebaker. That thing was low, and you sat in it like a 60s car. And those things went out in Bonneville and set speed records. No car in 53 was low like that and wide, and it was just like way ahead of its time. And in fact, Studebaker, as time went on, they became more clunky looking, like the later 50s cars. That was really something in 53. And that body became the Hawk, and the Studebaker Hawk in the 60s. But I just wanted to bring that up because it's a pretty cool car. I mean, they really they really did something there. Didn't sell very well then. Tim says that 57 hardtop was designed in 56, so it counts.
Close enough. We're not
Mexican
that
spec.
purist.
I hate flames on any car. Yeah, I don't know. It depends. There's a guy. Who was the guy? Now, here's a chance for somebody to make points.
You're giving out points again? All right.
No, you're the one that would.
Go ahead. Giving away
There's a
my
guy,
points.
kind of a little short guy that's a talented airbrush guy. He does something called Real Fire. I think that's what he called it. He did flame jobs on cars. But it was so good, it looked like fire. It didn't look like a painted. Look up Real Fire.
All right.
Somebody will come up with that guy's name. I can't think of it because he was, it was probably 10 years ago or so on TV. He became really famous. Yeah, look at that. What is his name? That's it. I see it. I see his name.
Is it Chuck?
No, it's Mike. It's up above there. Michael Bill.
I made this big. We were looking at something. Now I got to change it so we can find it. Sorry, everybody. Give me a second. I don't know a way to do this that it's not jarring.
We got all these different sides. Yeah, Mike Lavelle. Buddy Carfon, I knew who it was.
You get 2 points for knowing. Good job. There he is.
There he is.
Oh, yeah, that eagle, or screaming eagle, is pretty badass. Yeah,
did-
and that car.
he-
Look how cool that car looks with the
He
flame.
did a helicopter,
Yeah.
one of those round looking, looks like an egg, Hughes 500 helicopter, and they landed at some airport, and somebody called the fire department. They thought it was on fire. You know, it's all beautiful airbrush, clear coated and everything in the sun. Call the fire department. Yeah, that guy did that. He'll call it real fire. That's, I don't know if I want that on the side of my car, but that's a real flame job, man.
Yeah, look at it on that this black car. Oh, come on. There it goes. That is really cool. There's one a couple in progress.
Yeah, when I saw him actually shooting the paint,
Wow.
he's a short guy. He's like 5'4" or something. So everybody, he's like this little guy, and he's reaching way over and he's doing his stuff. And it was like the guy is just a perfectionist artist, and he does it like it's no big deal. You know, it's
Oh, shoot,
amazing.
there's even a time lapse on a helicopter.
Oh, there's a helicopter.
That's crazy.
Is that the one? Maybe that was the one. It was one that they ended up. Maybe that was the one. They landed it, and somebody called the fire department.
38 races. That's a nice thing.
Oh,
about...
Michael Vell died. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh man. No, I didn't know that.
38 Racing. I'm looking forward to seeing more about your S10. He says he's going to trailer it so he doesn't have to worry about breakage. That's nice. With a mini truck, it's nice because you can fit it on a trailer. Not too hard. The Studies would be something I might drive. Maybe. Yeah. Cool car.
What did Raw Dog saying? 56 Ford F100. Didn't we cover that earlier? I guess we could do it again.
No, we didn't. We skipped it.
Oh no, I know we did do it. It was that 4-door truck with the
AI generated artificial truck. We didn't talk about trucks really at all tonight.
It was that,
except a couple of Mexican spec trucks.
Let's see. I'll pull it because he might like that. Let's pull it up here. It was the 56 Ford truck that had the AI generated patina. Not that I like AI and want to promote that, but it's kind of an interesting picture. I just got to find it because we have so many pictures from tonight.
Thank you, everyone, for
Yeah,
pictures.
I expected tonight to not get many pictures because such an old car, 56, you know. But man, we got a lot of stuff.
There was a lot to talk about.
Of course, we were talking about things other than 56, which is good
we
too.
talked about a lot of stuff. Man, we were off the rails tonight. Power Toys said I was gonna say a Christine themed flamed car would be sick. Yeah, or a demon themed flame car, or a flame themed demon. Yes, Tim, that would be pretty neat. If you would choose to go that way with your flames, with your car, with your paint.
Do not know what happened to that.
These
picture.
cars are 69 years old. I see.
Yeah, because I'm 71 and I was born in 54.
Nice.
So what's kind of funny is I was telling Kim how I was a little kid. I was 2 years old and my dad bought that car, and already by the time I was 2, I knew what a lot of cars were. By the time I went to kindergarten, I walked to school through a neighborhood, to all these little turns and stuff. I knew every car on every street, what year it was. I had to know that stuff. I remember coming home one time, I asked my mother, I said, I saw it, and her father was a car dealer, so she knew cars fairly well. She didn't know how they worked, but she knew what they were. I said, there's a truck. It was a pickup, and it was an old pickup, had the windshield that tilted out, and it was probably late 30s or something. But on the tailgate, it said CMC, and I go, why? Where's the truck say CMC on it? It looks like an old Chevy. She goes, oh, that's GMC. And I went back, looked at it the next day, and it was kind of stylized looking early GMC. And I thought, oh, yeah, that's a GMC. And that's when I learned the difference between Chevy and GMC. Man, I do not see that picture. I know I had it up here. I got too many pictures in here tonight. Oh, Kim, I don't know what I did to that 56.
I
You
don't
know
know.
that I know why I'm not seeing it. I bet it's one that Buddy Carfano sent in, and he sends in links
Uh,
instead of pictures. Let me see if it was one that Buddy sent in.
I don't even think anybody's paying attention to us anymore.
You don't think anybody's paying attention?
No, they just talk about stuff. Patrick Sullivan says, I remember as a kid thinking the year 2000 was so far away, and now it's a quarter of a century ago.
You
Yeah,
know
we
what's funny?
survived.
You know what's funny? I think of 1980 like 1980 was way out in the future, and now people laugh at the 80s because it's like a bunch of old people. Oh man. Oh, is this it? Is this it?
Here's that picture. The 1956 F600 Crew Crab Dually. The one that I said looked like
Oh,
a.
that's it. Yeah,
Here's
but
another picture of it. Someone
I
must have built something like that.
Buddy Carfano probably found that because I don't see it here. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Images.
I can pull it up again. Here it is. Buddy Carfano did it, so I could pull it up real easy. Or you can click on it either way. I could pull this one down and you can put that one
That's
up.
okay. My mouse is getting sluggish. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, it's one that's AI generated patina. But it's and it's a four door, which there weren't any of, and it's got the big fenders like from an F600 or something, big openings. And then they lowered it way down. I mean, it looks kind of cool, but it's not a real truck. But I don't really like patina. I'd rather see all that sanded off and primed and painted. But Mike N says, yes, they are paying attention. Power Toys, bring back
Thanks,
Tucker
Mike. I'm glad
Motors.
you're here.
Bring back Tucker Motors. The 48 was real cool. Well, do you know about you say that. Do you know about the Tucker that was supposed to be a I got a cough drop in my mouth. Supposed to be a 63. Of course, Preston Tucker died day before Christmas in 1956. How do I remember that? I don't know. But so it never happened. Maybe you can look up 1963 Tucker, because I think that's what it's listed as. But there was another name for that car, and I can't think of it. Oh, that's a 48. There it is, right there. That one.
Tucker Talisman.
Talisman. That was supposed to be. Tucker wanted that to be his car, and they figured it was going to be in 1963. But you can see a lot of Tucker in that. You can see the front fenders that kind of swoop up on the bottom and go back. And I thought that was a slick looking car. But, you know, he died before that got very far. Mrs. Tucker would be shocked at what her cars are worth today. You know, it really sucks is I lived in the same town Mrs. Tucker lived in, and she was an old lady, and I was a young guy, and I should have just gone over there and knocked on her door and talked to her, you know, because I was a kid. I could have gotten away with it. And I didn't, and she died, of course, you know. But I knew where she lived. She was in Royal Grande, California. Yeah, look at that thing. I don't know. What do you guys think of that? The Tucker Talisman. Yeah, 38 Racing. I'm not a fan of fake patina. Survivor cars are a different thing. Yeah, fake patina. You know, I watched, there's somebody online. In fact, guy was, some young guys that were working on cars. I don't remember the name of their channel. I had to just, I unsub from them because I watched them ruin a car, and it was just sickening to me. It was a 53 Ford. It was brown. It looked just like my father's 53 Ford that he bought new, and the paint was still in really good shape. And here comes the ads, of course. Interrupted by ads. I'll give it a minute.
All right, if we're taking a minute, I'll be back.
It's not going to be a minute.
Oh, I'm already up. Oh, my legs
So,
are getting numb.
Kim's going to walk away, but I'll tell the story.
Tell it.
So these guys, no, I wasn't pudding. It's some young kids. They're like 18, 19, 20, something like that. No, not bad, Chad. So they took this 53 Ford and they sanded the paint off like on the tops of the fenders of the place, and they did something to make it rust, and they clear coated it, and they thought it looked so cool. I looked at it like, oh God, that paint was good enough they could have buffed it out, you know. And uh-oh, Mexican Spec says I missed a car. Let's see. There's a lot of stuff that came in tonight. Man, I don't see that. Where is it? Oh, Mexican Spec. Where is it? What am I looking for? Two-door sedan 56 Chevy. Well, I remember a wagon. There's the wagon. Beetle. I don't see it. Mexican Spec. I may have not gotten that. I'm looking at all the ones that I opened that we looked at. I don't see any that are not open, and all the ones that are opened I looked at. Send it again. I don't know why it's not here. I don't know why I don't see it. Buddy Carl Fano says he sent one that says 56 plain. Oh geez. Yeah, I remember this thing. This is on Spirit of Lemons. Oh, I can't show pictures because Kim's got her stuff up right now. But I asked Mexican Spec because he says there's a 56 Chevy two-door sedan, and I have look. I don't see it. Yeah, it's like I opened a lot of Mexican Spec stuff, and I can see the ones I opened, and I don't see any I didn't open, and don't know where it is. Oh yeah, and then he says, "Sorry, Buff, I don't have the pictures. I thought I sent it. It's blue and white two-door." Yeah, I don't see it there. Power Toys. What is the email I can send my project over? Just a second here. I'll try to do this. Kim's not here, so I've got to do it a little differently.
Did anybody call out an advertiser?
Is that correct? I think it is. So,
Why are you putting up your email?
because Power Toys asked what is the email so I can send my project over.
Oh, great.
So I put it up.
Road Dog says a 56 BMW 503. I'm going to see if I can find it.
And there's more from Hippie Long. Oh my God. Except for some reason that won't download. Why won't that download?
I'm going to bring those up. Those are cool looking cars. There you go. Something different.
What's that? The BMW?
503 and 507. That's what BMW was making in the 50s. I didn't know BMW was putting out cars like this early on. That 503 is pretty sporty.
Yeah, and it has a little double kidney grill, the original one.
I like the look of the front of this 56, this 507. That's cool. Maybe not those wheels in particular, but the front end of the car is sporty. Okay, Olive mentioned it earlier for Granger and Amsoil. I missed it. I apologize. Anybody who did get ads and called them out, if I missed you calling them out in the chat, you get 2 points for calling them out, whether I see it or not. So I apologize. I usually keep after that part. Whose wheels are these? Do you want me to put that picture up?
Oh, that's from the race, Le Mans,
Do you want me to put it up?
Yeah, I mean, it's silly. I'm gonna put something else up instead.
All right,
But
Cooper
for some reason,
Cabras.
this one.
That's 38's truck.
Yeah, but for some reason this.
What about it? You want me to
Well,
look
there's
it
a
up?
whole. There was a whole bunch of pictures, but it only would download one of them. I don't know why. And this
Oh.
is from.
Well, I'm sorry you're struggling.
There's a lot here tonight. I can tell that everybody's probably looking at me staring over here the whole
They are.
3 hours, looking at.
They're all
Like,
getting
what's
all
he
upset.
doing? What's he doing?
Get going.
What's he doing? Well, that's from. That's from.
Maybe time has
That's
stopped.
from Hippie Long, but
I was watching a YouTube, one of those conspiracy sort of weird things about like how actually the world ended in 1999 and we're all imagining
this is all an imagination.
everything since then, which is obviously preposterous, but it was one of those like mind shrinking sort of exercises. Perhaps. And hey, if it's all over anyways, have fun.
Well, Hippie Long.
I don't know if I endorse doom spending necessarily, but make sure you're living your life because you never know. There may be no tomorrow.
Hippie Long sent these pictures.
Yikes.
That is real fire.
Wow. I don't know that I would want to be in that spot.
But for what we are paying you, we expect perfection. That's 38 Racing. I don't know why this cat was sent in by Hippie Long.
Unprofessional. I'm unsubscribing right now.
But I like cats.
Oh, look at the kitty.
And
Hello, kitty.
And then
whose kitty is that?
Hippie Long.
Hippie Long's kitty? And
Well, I don't know. They're pictures Hippie
and
Long
a Christmas
sent.
puppy. A 1956 Nissan Pao. That would have been a Datsun in 56, right?
Well, unless it was sold somewhere other than the U.S.
All right, I'll look it up.
Dr. Go's taking off. Okay, Dr. Go. Have a good evening. Thanks for coming by.
Good night, Dr. Go. We have gone pretty late already, so I understand.
Yeah, we have gone late. But we're having fun.
Yeah,
Ooh,
he's still...
Who is this? Oh, this is Power Toys. Oh, Power Toys sent us some good pictures. Power Toys sent some good pictures in. I don't know what that one is. One of them didn't come out.
The Nissan Pao was a retro-inspired two-door hatchback that was a concept car in Tokyo Motor Show in 1987 and rolled out in January of 1999. Oh, I see. Let's see if we can get a decent picture of it. Oh, wow. It is a very retro. It's like the PT Cruiser of Nissans. Did you ever see this thing?
No. Oh, that thing's tiny.
It's a throwback to the 1956 car, but it's actually, like this one says it's a 1991. That's pretty wild.
For some reason, these pictures are not coming through.
What the hell just happened? Oh.
To what?
Check it out. I'm on the wrong thing and I'm pressing buttons. You're rubbing off on me. That's a cool little car. All right, now imagine slamming an LS under the hood of this thing. It's got like 12-inch tires.
Power Toys sent some pictures, but not all of them are downloading nicely. I don't know why. I don't know why.
They're cool looking pictures.
Yeah, they are, but I want them to
all
download.
It says the Pao. Am I saying it right? Pao?
Unknown. Oh, it did download it. I see why I can't download it. See what the problem is? It's a bunch of pictures in one picture. Okay, so I'm going to bring it up.
All right. I'm bringing you up.
This is from Power Toys. Power Toys says, wrote a note here. Got to find it. Where's the note? The note says...
Ray of 38 Racing's abandoned us.
Oh, no.
Thanks, Ray. It's great having you here. Look forward to seeing more about your S10 in the near future. I have a feeling he'll be posting YouTube videos about it. So if you guys haven't already checked out 38 Racing's channel, it's a good channel to follow, and you'll get to see what he does with his LS in an S10. And we'll see you around soon, hopefully.
Okay.
Mexican Sex says, Buff, save your money. The Ford Ka will be available in
Oh
September.
man, I want to. Oh, in September. Oh, I got to save money. I want a Ford Ka.
We'll have to sell the Studebaker.
I got to finish all these cars. I got to live to like 120 now because I got all these cars I want to build.
Stay warm, Tim. He's going to turn on the electric blanket. Snow still blowing. Oh, the wind slowed down. It's still snowing.
So Power Toys is this car, and then
Raw Dogs figured out that
and
we're
then
doing
this
1956.
and then this car, and what I just said, Power Toys says he, I think he didn't say if he or she did learn to weld on this car. Still a lot of work to go, but says it's getting there.
Oh, those look like floor pans. Not
Yeah,
bad.
that's a bunch of work, but it's a nice car.
That's a heck of a car to start learning something like floor pan replacement on. Worthy car though.
Mike Gens has no idea what a Ford Ka is. There were two. There's a first generation, a second generation. The first generation is the one I like, and I was in one in England. I rode around in one. A friend of mine had one, and then I found out they were in Mexico. Yeah, the gray one right there is the gray one with the. That's the one. That looks exactly like the one I was in England.
It's so little.
Oh, it's a little car. That's a Ford Ka.
Look at a depressing cautionary tale. You want one of those?
Man, the one I was in England, it was like a top of the line car, and it looked just like that, except the interior was all leather. And the guy says, cars are girls, they're girls' cars. He goes, this is my wife's car. He brought it one day, and I rode it, and I said, man, I love this car. It's a little tiny car. It'd go about 60 miles on a gallon of gas. You know, I was like, man, I love this thing. And it had a manual transmission, and it was like quick and handled good. And it was like, man, you guys got these things in England. Well, of course, they never did the crash testing or the emissions or anything in the U.S., so we didn't get them. But yeah, anyway, I like those things. But then I found out they have in Mexico. Kim says, look up the street car. Sean O'Brien, ever heard of the Nissan Figaro? Yes, that's like a little tiny car.
Oh, this is a little convertible.
Oh, those are cool little cars. I know some people have imported. Who is Doug DeMuro? Doug DeMuro, not just like in the last few years. Doug DeMuro did a piece on one of those. I think it was Doug DeMuro.
I looked up the Audi Sonage, and I found this electric Schnazelaster. That's
You wouldn't
wild.
catch me in that thing. I mean, that's the kind of thing you look at in a museum and go, oh, okay.
But that's 1956. That's kind of cool. That's kind of unique. I don't know what Sonstige? Look at that.
Oh, Mexican Spec says we don't have street cars here. Okay. The car, I didn't know they had them in Mexico. I was in Arizona one day. Man, one went by and I was like, whoa, what's that doing in the U.S.? I flip a U-turn, go after it, and then as I catch up, I see it's got Mexican license plates on it. It's like, oh, somebody drove that in from Mexico. Then I find out they had them in Mexico. It's like, oh, maybe I can get one. Power Toy says there's a cheap Mercury near me. I don't really like those cars a lot. I don't know why. I mean, they look cool, but they're like, where are you going to get parts for that? Kim's looking up all these cars.
I'm trying. People.
Well, I know it's pretty cool. You're looking them up.
Yeah. Well, this is what I used to do every stream, and now people send stuff in, and it makes my job really easy and your job harder. Figaro.
I saw somebody did something on one of these not too long ago on YouTube.
It's kind of cool. Man, people have done just about
In fact,
everything.
there it is, Doug DeMuro on a green one down there.
This one.
Yeah, it's Doug DeMuro. Maybe that's the one he was doing.
It's cute.
And he's a big dude. I don't know how you fit in that thing.
It looks like an amusement park ride. It doesn't look like a real car.
But see, in Japan, that's a nice. They got little streets and lots of traffic.
It'd be easy to park. You park it sideways in a regular sized parking spot. That electric Schnauzelaster looks like something out of Pixar. Yeah, it does. It's wild.
The place I worked in Ohio, I had a 1-ton Ford dually truck that I drove around a lot. And you can park that thing anywhere. This would be really, that'd be just great after driving that big old Ford.
Here in
1-ton
Tennessee,
dually.
you just get run off the road by somebody in a truck. They wouldn't even see you. They can't see down below, and they just run you over. Don't stop suddenly in a car that small. Plenty of cars in Boston.
Cars.
In Boston.
Yeah, I got a friend that lives. I got to go up there sometimes. Maybe we should go see him. Why did we want to go up there? He had something. Oh, he wanted to. What was the deal with him? He wanted something. We're going to have to deliver it. What was it? Oh, the mini bike or something. I don't know.
The mini bike?
I don't remember what he wanted. And I said, "Oh yeah, that's got to be in Boston." Well, if you're in Boston, I got a really good friend of mine, like forever, from he lives in Amesbury, which is the northernmost town in Massachusetts. But Massachusetts is tiny, so it's not very far from where Buddy Carfano is. So we got to go up there and see him sometime.
Mike Ann wants me to say, Arthur Carter parked his car in the Harvard yard.
You're too slow, though. You say it like a southerner with
Arthur Carter parked his car in the Harvard yard.
You're saying it like a southerner with a Massachusetts.
I've been in the South for a couple of years. I guess the draw.
You slow
You talk
down.
too fast, Southerners are just like...
Olive probably speaks like that with a...
Arthur Carter parked his car in the Harvard yard.
She's probably slowed down to the southern pace with the
I don't
New
even
England,
realize it.
the New England accent, because she's from that area originally, and now she's in Georgia. Oh yeah. Olive says you can't park. Yeah, that's like an H. Park there. Yeah.
I understand. We're not going to say that word.
Actual Bostonian. Oh, the other thing, they say some strange stuff. Like, when you're driving and you go like this, tick, 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 before you turn. Those are turn signals, right? Not in Massachusetts. Those are directionals.
They're talking about the Boston accent.
Yeah, they're directionals.
You know that
a crypto commercial.
Who's the guy who really hates Chevys? He did a bunch of videos about how bad Chevys are a couple years back. He just tearing on them. Those Chevy commercials with the
Oh, I remember that.
JD Pa.
Who was that guy? He had a YouTube channel. It was all about tearing up how bad Chevys were. There's no parking there at the point. Blinka. Oh, Blinka. Yeah, Blinka, but also directionals. The other thing that a friend of mine was up there, and his wife says she got stopped by the police or something. They thought she was somebody else. So there's like a bunch of cars there. She goes, there's cruises all over. They got cruises all over. It's like police cars, like cruisers. Oh, man. Oh, what are you playing? What are you playing?
Nothing.
Okay.
I had to skip the ad before I could get there.
They call that a clicker. What I used to hear in California, the clicker. The clicker was a thing in Ohio that you change the channels with the TV. Somebody's taking off here. Power Toys is taking off. Okay, well, thanks for stopping by. Good night. Blinkers. That's the other thing I used to do, is a blinker. California blinkers.
Blinker. Here's the guy. The channel is called Zebra Corner.
Oh, yeah.
And if you hate Chevys, or if you like comedians with Bostonian accents, this guy is hilarious.
It's like he did a bunch of videos and he just stopped.
He must have had some time, but he just stopped.
Yeah,
he did
over a
do
million
some other
subs.
things.
It's like 1 million subs, and he
Yeah.
just kind of stopped.
Just
Yeah.
stopped. He was funny for a little while and he shut up. Maybe Chevy paid him to shut up. He would just
Yeah,
tear on
maybe
Chevy.
got sued by General Motors.
He must have really had a bad experience with Chevy because he just in the car, huh?
Oh, since I've been in cruises.
Wait, we had a Chevy Cruze. No.
No, that's what they up there. That's what they call the police cars. Cruises.
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 Cruises. In the cruiser. Cruises.
Oh yeah. Well, my introduction to that accent was the same guy when he lived in California, and his father was rebuilding the engine on a 1960 Falcon 144 inline six, and he was like, "Oh, hey, do you have a torque wrench?" I'm like, "A what?" I'm a little kid, you know.
Torque wrench.
Torque wrench. My friend
Torque
goes,
wrench.
"You know, one that talks."
One
And
that
his
talks.
father goes, "No, TORQUE, talk." I'm like, "Oh, a torque wrench." No, I don't have one.
You know why it was called a clicker? Because the original ones were not what they are now with the little light thing. They actually made a loud sound,
Oh,
and the TV recognized it.
yeah, the original Zenith ones had 4 buttons, and they made a ting ting ting. They were different tones, and the TV recognized the tones. Yeah, they called those things a clicker. Clicker. Man. Well, Kim, we done 4 hours.
Mexican Spec, you predicted it, and Mexican Spec said it, and so it shall be done. We have done our 4 hour. Oh, Ferrari though.
Here's a statement I like. Olive says, and it's the way she states it. Police cruisers were always, usually, that's in conflict with itself. Always, usually, LTDs or Crown Vics. Yeah, they were. I mean, everywhere until the Dodge Charger came out and the last of the Crown Vics went away. But yeah, they were a lot of Crown Vics or LTDs for many, many years. What is this we're looking at?
I was kidding, I swear. Mexican Spec, we looked at a lot of your cars tonight, though. I hope that we didn't drag it out.
You were kidding
much.
about what?
About going 4 hours again tonight.
Oh, yeah, we
It just seems to be the way that we go.
on
sorry.
Tuesday.
You don't have to stay the whole time.
On Tuesday nights, I like to run this thing about a little over 3 hours, and we went an hour over 3 hours. Kim, I'm getting hungry.
Bill Burr, I know, I already put my food in the microwave. Bill Burr took over his gimmick. Yeah, Bill Burr is really, really... There's always a comic out there who's doing that really mouthy, retortive sort of comedy. It's fun stuff.
Mike says, when I was a cop, my cruisers were Vics. The squared off Victoria Crown Vics or the roundy ones like the last ones? Man, they make those things all the way up to 2012 models, but the last 2 years were only police packages.
There's always an exception, mostly.
Mostly.
40% of the time, it works all of the time.
Oh yeah, Kevin Smith been looking for big white letter tires, man. I remember those. I remember those on the racetrack, seeing cars going around NASCAR, these big white letters going around like this, and they're huge, and it looked like tires were bumping up and down.
Now what they do is they just get black walls, they grind off the pattern, and they just stencil it on there with spray paint.
Who was it had the stickers?
Stickers?
I was just watching a video, and somebody had black wall tires, and they bought all these rubber white stickers, and they were sticking them on to say something. I thought I was watching a video with you.
You got me there.
Had big boss tires on my 65 Ford LTD. Man, that's a big bruiser, isn't it?
Tim says we've been streaming so long, he has 4 inches of snow now. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I had fun.
Yeah. Okay.
You guys have been great. Everyone who's still here gets 2 additional points. You deserve it for sticking around. Everyone who is here who sent photos gets an additional 2 points if you send in photos. I thank you all, especially Mexican Spec and our moderators, for being here and participating. and everyone who added conversation. If you are here and you can't comment at all, you get a point.
Oh, and there's people
for
watching
being
on
here.
there's people watching on TVs that don't comment, like John.
If you didn't hear me talking about it last night, our friend JB's Little Shop, he is going through some tragedy, and I don't necessarily know if you want to say something about it, but it's always nice. It gives you that little boost when people are watching your content and responding to your videos. He's put up a couple videos about rebuilding the 2.8 in his Chevy. So if you have a moment, give him a view, a thumbs up, maybe a little comment about the video, just to help
And
him out.
he's a mod here, and he hadn't been in here a while, but yeah,
Show him
he's
some
a
love
rough
and
time.
support.
Yep.
Just in general, because he's going through some really, really tough times. He's got good people in his corner, but just that little thing might brighten his day just a little bit. We're gonna call it a night, and we'll see you all later in the week from the shop, probably late night. We'll do cleanup crew maybe at 9 or 10 o'clock, and we will hopefully see you then, and we will be here next Tuesday as well. Same time, same bat time, same bat channel.
Next Tuesday, 1974.
1974. There's going to be lots of cool cars to see then, and more conversation.
Okay.
So, thanks for being here, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
You did great, Kevin. 2 points.